Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, The Carnival Funhouse Mirrors, show people standing behind you is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The mirror showed a man standing behind me with his hand raised like he was about to tap my shoulder. I turned around too fast and smacked my elbow against the wooden rail. No man, just the narrow funhouse corridor behind us, painted black and purple, with scuffed plywood walls and a strip of sticky carpet running down the middle. Somewhere farther inside, a speaker crackled with circus music that kept warbling off-key, as if the batteries were dying even though the whole place was plugged into a generator outside. The mirror buzzed faintly in its frame. Not a supernatural buzz. Electrical. Cheap wiring. The kind you hear in laundromats and gas station bathrooms. Jesus, Nora, Clay said behind me. You okay? I rubbed my elbow and tried to laugh before anyone else could decide I was rattled. Yeah, I looked back at the mirror. Now it only reflected me. My name is Nora Voss, 32 years old, female, born in Western Pennsylvania, and still stuck close enough to Pittsburgh that I call myself practical when I really mean afraid of leaving. I work front desk at a physical therapy clinic in Monroeville, where I spend most days rescheduling people who are in pain and apologizing for insurance rules I didn't write. I had come to the Westmoreland County Fair outside Greensburg that night for one very ordinary reason. My younger cousin was visiting from Ohio, and I had promised her greasy food, loud rides, and at least one embarrassing family story about me before we drove back home. I am not good in enclosed spaces. Not elevators, not MRI machines, not the backseat of two-door cars if someone tall is sitting in front of me. I can do them when I have to. I can smile through them. I can make jokes and count ceiling tiles and pretend my lungs aren't trying to climb out through my throat. That was my private little defect, the one I dressed up as being more of an outdoor person. The fun house was not helping. Clay Miller, 34 male, was my boyfriend of 11 months, and the sort of person who believed most discomfort could be fixed by narrating it in a calm voice. He was from Eerie originally, a high school science teacher with kind eyes and a habit of checking exits whenever we entered a crowded place, not because he was scared, but because he liked knowing how things worked. He wore a pirate's cap, a gray hoodie, and that careful expression he used when he knew I was lying about being fine. He didn't grab me. He knew better. He just stayed close enough that his shoulder brushed mine. Behind him, my cousin Addie Reese, 21, female, leaned around the corner with a paper tray of curly fries balanced in one hand. Addie was from Columbus, loud in the warm way, with winged eyeliner, chipped black nail polish, and a phone case covered in peeling fruit stickers. She had been begging to go through the funhouse since we passed it, mostly because she wanted to post a video where her face got stretched into a 12-foot noodle by the mirrors. Addie believed every weird thing deserved to be filmed, captioned, and sent to at least 3 group chats before anyone had time to process it. "What happened?" she asked. "Did you see yourself from the wrong angle?" "Something like that," I said. She grinned. "That is literally the point." I didn't tell them exactly what I had seen. A man, a raised hand, the suggestion of a face blurred by silvered glass. It was probably one of the distorted panels catching someone around a corner. The whole structure was built to trick your eyes. That was the business model. The Westmoreland County Fair had been loud in a comforting way before we stepped inside. Tractor engines from the Pole Arena had been growling in the distance. Kids shrieked from the zipper ride in bright, chopped-up bursts. Somewhere near the livestock barns, goats bleated over the drone of portable fans, and the sweet, sour smell of hay, manure, and kettle corn. The August air had felt wet enough to chew. My hair stuck to the back of my neck. Every few seconds, the carnival lights blinked red, blue, yellow across Clay's glasses and made him look like he was being lit by emergency vehicles. We had eaten funnel cake first because Addie said dessert was a timeline choice, then wandered past the Midway games where teenagers threw baseballs at milk bottles that probably weighed as much as dumbbells. Clay won Addie a tiny stuffed possum at a ring toss after spending $12 and refusing to admit he cared. I had held our lemonade cups and laughed until my stomach hurt when the carnival worker called him Professor for adjusting his throwing angle. It had been normal. That was what bothered me later. Nothing about the night announced itself as dangerous. No storm rolling in. No menacing stranger following us between stalls. Just families, old couples in lawn chairs, kids with glowing necklaces, dust kicked up by work boots, and the constant mechanical complaint of rides bolted together and taken apart 100 times a year. The funhouse sat at the far end of the Midway beside a kiddie coaster shaped like green dragons. Its sign read Mirror Manor in orange bulbs, though half the second R was out, making it look like MIRRO Manor if you glanced too fast. The front was painted with grinning harlequins and old-fashioned theater curtains, but the paint had blistered near the seams. A rotating barrel entrance sat unused off to one side, covered with a tarp and 2 orange cones. The actual entrance was through a narrow ramp where a bored attendant sat on a stool tearing tickets. The attendant, Denny Falk, maybe late 50s, male, wore a faded navy windbreaker despite the heat, and had a cigarette tucked behind his ear. I learned his name from the laminated badge clipped upside down to his pocket. He had a face made of sunburn and folded skin, and he watched the 3 of us with the dry patience of someone who had seen too many people pretend they weren't afraid of children's attractions. 3, he asked. 3, Addie said, already handing over tickets. Denny tore them without looking down. No running, no climbing on rails, don't hit the mirrors. Some of them are acrylic, some of them are glass, and none of them are your friend if you put your head through one. Clay gave a small salute. Understood. Denny's eyes moved to me, not creepy, just observant. You don't like tight places. There's an emergency door halfway through. Red handle. Alarm don't call nobody, just makes noise. You push it if you need out. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Thanks, I said. Addie waited until we stepped onto the ramp to whisper. He says that like people have been born and died in here. He probably says it because people are idiots, Clay said. Inside, the first room was almost funny. The mirrors made Addie's legs shrink and Clay's head balloon until his cap looked pasted onto a pumpkin. My hips widened, then vanished, then stretched into a swaying question mark. Addie laughed so hard she dropped a fry, and the smell of hot oil mixed with the rubbery odor of old carpet. And whatever cleaner, they sprayed to keep the place from turning into a foot infection. Colored bulbs ran along the ceiling in plastic cages, blinking in uneven rhythms. Somewhere behind the walls, the generator thumped like a tired engine. "Look," Addie said, stepping in front of a panel that made her neck absurdly long. "I'm built like a Tim Burton heron." Clay held up his hands. "For the record, I support this version of you," I laughed. Genuinely. It came loose before I could stop it. That was the calm part. We moved deeper. The hallway narrowed into a zigzag of mirrors set at angles, some full length, some broken into vertical strips. The music grew quieter, which made the other sounds sharper. The scrape of Addie's sneakers, the faint pop of bulbs warming in their sockets, Clay clearing his throat, my own breathing when I noticed it, and then tried not to notice it. A boy maybe 10 years old darted around us with a glowing sword, chased by his father, who kept saying, "Walk, Mason, walk," in the exhausted voice of a man who had said it all day. For a second, their reflections multiplied, father and son appearing ahead of us, beside us, behind us, chopped into thin, moving pieces. So when I saw the man behind me the first time, I had an explanation ready. It was the father, or Clay reflected wrong, or my own body stretched and folded into a shape my brain didn't like. Still, I had turned around and hit my elbow hard enough that pins of pain ran into my fingers. Clay watched my face. "Want to take that emergency door?" Addie stopped laughing. And there it was, the small, awful pressure of being watched by people who cared about me. It made honesty feel like a performance. If I said yes, we would leave, and they would both be kind, and the kindness would make it worse. Clay would tell Addie it was no big deal. Addie would pretend she had already gotten enough video. The rest of the night would bend around my panic, the way too many nights had bent around it before. "No," I said, "I'm good." Clay lowered his voice. "You don't have to prove anything to a building with plywood walls." "I know," but I didn't move toward the exit. A burst of screams came from outside as one of the rides dropped. The sound passed through the funhouse walls, softened and warped, like it came from underwater. Then the music hiccuped. The lights flicked once, off, on, a half second at most. In that blink, Addie's phone lit her face from below. "Wait," she said. She had been recording. Of course she had. She held her phone up, not smiling now, and replayed the clip with her thumb hovering over the screen. "What?" Clay asked. "Just look." The video showed me laughing at my stretched reflection, then flinching. At the moment, I looked into the mirror and jerked around. In the video, for maybe 2 frames, there was a figure behind me. Not a clear figure, not proof of anything. A dark jacket, a pale oval where a face might be. One hand raised near my shoulder. Addie replayed it, then again. The audio crackled with circus music and my own startled breath. "That's probably the dad," Clay said, but his voice had lost some of its easy steadiness. "The dad was ahead of us," Addie said. "He had a blue shirt." "It's an angle," Clay said. "These mirrors are designed to do this." "I know what mirrors are, Clay." I took the phone from her and pinched the screen wider. The image blurred into blocks of color. It was useless. It was exactly the kind of thing people online argued about for 300 comments while ignoring the simple answer: bad lighting, motion blur, reflection. But the hand bothered me, not because it was there, because of the way it was held, not waving, not reaching randomly, bent at the wrist, fingers slightly curled, as if the person had paused right before touching me and decided not to. Something thudded against the wall to our left. Addie jumped and grabbed my sleeve, crushing the paper tray between us. A warm fry slid down my wrist. From beyond the wall came muffled laughter, then a teenager's voice saying, "Dude, chill, it's just plastic." Clay exhaled through his nose. "Next group over." "Right," Addie said. "Totally. Love that." We stood there in the bend of the mirror hall, 3 adults pretending we had not all just been waiting for another sound. The lights kept blinking in their cheap carnival pattern. Red, green, amber, red. The mirror in front of me bent our reflections so our shoulders sloped downward, making us look tired and old. A woman's voice came faintly from farther inside. "Keep moving, please," not Denny. Someone younger, maybe staff, maybe another guest. Addie wiped grease from her hand onto a napkin. "Do we keep going?" I looked back the way we had come. The entrance was no longer visible, just a sharp turn and a warped reflection of the sharp turn after it. Behind us, somewhere near the first room, the father told his son to slow down again. Ahead, the corridor bent left into a darker section where the mirrors were covered by black curtains at their edges, creating narrow slits of reflection like doorways. Clay leaned closer to me. "Your call." That should have been comforting too. Instead, it irritated me because I knew he meant it. He would leave if I wanted. No teasing, no sigh, no disappointed little look. And I hated that a plywood hallway with novelty mirrors could make me feel smaller than my actual reflection. Addie tucked the stuffed possum under her arm like it was a football. "For the record, I vote we go forward, but I am very brave and also stupid." I laughed once, too sharply. Clay smiled, but he was still watching the darker turn ahead. "At least you're self-aware." The off-key music changed to a calliope version of Pop Goes the Weasel. The first notes came bright and tinny through the speakers, then dragged low for half a second as the generator outside coughed. The lights dimmed with it. In the mirror beside us, our reflections pulled longer. And for one instant, in the narrow black gap between 2 mirror panels, I thought I saw a sleeve disappear around the corner ahead. A real sleeve, brown fabric, not reflected, not warped, just there and then gone. "Did you see that?" I asked. Clay's mouth tightened. "Maybe." Addie stopped breathing through her laugh. The emergency door was behind us. The darker turn was ahead. Somewhere outside, people cheered at a game booth, and a bell rang again and again as someone won something cheap and bright. Inside, the 3 of us stood in the buzzing light of Mirror Manor, deciding whether the smart thing was to leave, or whether leaving would mean admitting we had been scared out by a trick any bored carnival employee could explain in 10 seconds. Clay reached for my hand, then stopped just short of taking it. My choice. I looked at the red emergency handle behind us, half visible in a warped reflection. Then I looked toward the turn where the brown sleeve had vanished. "Let's just get through it," I said. Addie nodded too quickly. Clay didn't argue. We moved forward, single file, toward the darker part of the funhouse. The darker section of Mirror Manor smelled different. The first few rooms had smelled like carnival carpet and hand sanitizer, and hot oil drifting in from outside. Back here, the air had a damp wooden smell, like an old basement with a fan blowing through it. The calliope music still played, but softer now, as if the speakers were facing away from us. Every few steps, the floor dipped under the carpet and came back up, not enough to trip you if you were paying attention, but enough to remind you this place got assembled in a fairground lot by people with deadlines. Clay went first because he was tallest, and because Addie announced she was too young and beautiful to be jump-scared by OSHA violations. I followed him, one hand skimming the rail. Addie came last, filming over my shoulder. "Don't point that light at the mirrors," Clay said. "I'm not using flash. You're using the screen. It's fine." "Addie, what?" "I'm documenting. If we get murdered by a carny, Dateline needs B-roll." "Could we not say that in the murder hallway?" I said. She lowered the phone a couple inches. "Sorry." There was affection in it, but also annoyance. I heard it. I was slowing us down, not with my feet exactly, with the little pauses, the way I kept looking over my shoulder, the way Clay kept noticing me looking over my shoulder, and then tried to pretend he hadn't. The hallway bent left, then right, then left again, but the mirrors made it hard to tell whether those turns belonged to our corridor or reflected corridors that didn't exist. The black curtains along the mirror edges hung in strips, some loose from their staples. They moved when we passed, brushing the wall with a dry paper sound. At the next corner, Clay stopped. "Hold up." I bumped his back. "What?" Addie whispered, though there was no reason to whisper, except the room made all normal volume feel wrong. Clay pointed. Ahead of us, taped crookedly to a mirror frame, was a laminated sign that read, "One way only, keep moving, exit ahead." Below it, someone had added a handwritten arrow in black marker. The arrow pointed right. The actual hallway seemed to go left. "That's helpful," Addie said. Clay leaned closer to the sign. The printed arrow under the tape points left. I saw it then. Faint red beneath the marker. The black arrow had been drawn over the laminate, or on a strip of clear tape, thick enough to confuse the direction. "Maybe they changed the route," I said. "Maybe," Clay said, but he didn't sound convinced. Addie lifted her phone again. "Okay, that's weird." Clay reached up and touched the edge of the tape. It peeled back easily. "Don't mess with stuff," I said. "I'm not. I'm checking." "That is literally messing with stuff." He peeled another inch. The black marker arrow came away with the tape, revealing the original red arrow pointing left. None of us said anything for a second. From somewhere behind us came a metallic slap, like a door closing hard. Addie turned. Was that the emergency door? The music crackled. The lights dimmed, rose, dimmed again. Clay looked past me. "Nora, can you see behind us?" I looked back. The corridor reflected itself into a dozen broken angles. Nothing moved except Addie's phone screen and my own stretched face in one of the panels. I can't tell. Clay took the tape completely off and stuck it to the back of the sign so it wouldn't fall. We follow the original route. Unless the original route is closed, Addie said, then there should be a real sign, not tape. That was the first time the night changed from unsettling to practical. A fake arrow was no longer a trick of mirrors. It was a person. Someone had put it there. Maybe a teenager being stupid. Maybe staff redirecting traffic badly. Maybe nothing. But it was a human thing, and human things have motives, even when they are dumb. We turned left. The next room was a small circular chamber lined with concave mirrors. The ceiling was lower. Clay had to duck under a strip of hanging foam stars that scraped his cap. In every direction, our bodies ballooned and collapsed. Addie became a wide blur with enormous eyes. Clay's arms stretched down to his knees. Face narrowed until my mouth looked like a cut in paper. Then Addie said, "Wait," not playful this time. I turned. She was staring at her phone. No signal. Clay pulled out his own. "I've got 1 bar. I had 3 outside. We're inside a metal-framed carnival box," he said. "That tracks." Addie tried to send the clip to someone. A little spinning circle appeared beside the message, then stopped. "Whatever," she said, but she didn't put the phone away. There was a bang behind us, harder this time. Not a wall thud, a door. The music cut out. No warning, just gone. The sudden absence of it made the funhouse sound naked. Generator hum, electrical buzz. A child laughing somewhere too far away to place. A faint mechanical squeal from outside. And underneath that, almost hidden, the fast little clicks of Addie tapping her screen. Then the lights went out. Addie swore. Clay said, "Don't move." I froze so completely that my knees locked. Darkness in a funhouse is not clean darkness. It has pieces. Thin leaks of light came through seams in the plywood and under curtains. A red bulb somewhere around the next turn pulsed weakly. Not enough to see by, just enough to make shapes appear and disappear. My own reflection, half caught in a mirror beside me, looked like a person standing close enough to share air. "Phone lights," Clay said. Addie's flashlight snapped on first. Then Clay's. The beams ricocheted off the mirrors and came back at us in pieces. White streaks, faces, hands. Too much information at once. "Point down," Clay said, "at the floor." "Trying," Addie said. A voice came from behind us. "Hey, you people stuck." We all spun toward it. The voice belonged to a man I hadn't seen before. He stepped into the chamber from the root behind us, one hand against the wall, breathing hard. He was white, mid-40s, male, with a shaved head, a red Cleveland Guardians t-shirt, and a canvas belt bag strapped across his chest. He had the sweaty, angry look of a dad whose night had gone off schedule. With him was a girl around 12, female, thin, brown-haired, wearing denim shorts and light-up sneakers that blinked red with every nervous shift. She clutched a plastic cup of lemonade with both hands. The man raised his phone. "Is this the way out?" Clay lowered his own light. "I think so. We're still moving through." "Staff told us to keep going," the man said. Then everything shut off. The girl whispered, "Dad, I don't want to be here." "I know, Mason," I realized. The boy with the glowing sword had been Mason. But this was not Mason. This was a girl. The man caught me looking. My son's up ahead with my wife. We got separated when the lights flickered. This place branches. It's not supposed to branch, Clay said. The man barked a humorless laugh. Well, tell that to the mirrors. He introduced himself in the rushed way people do when they need help, but don't want to sound like they do. His name was Brent Harlow, 46, male, from Cleveland, Ohio, in town visiting his wife's family. His daughter was Lily Harlow, 12, female, quiet and rigid with fear, trying to be brave because her father's frustration left no room for anyone else's panic. Brent's wife and son, he said, were ahead somewhere, Angela and Mason. He had lost sight of them after following an arrow that led him into a loop room. A black arrow, Clay asked. Brent's face changed. Yeah, Addie looked at Clay. Okay, that's not nothing. A small noise came from overhead. Pop. Then another. Pop. One of the bulbs in the ceiling strip burst with a tiny flash and rained hot glass down near the wall. Lily made a strangled sound, and Brent pulled her back against him. Everyone out of this room, Clay said. No one argued. We moved left, following the original red arrows where we could find them. The outage had killed the main colored lights, but a few battery-backed emergency bulbs glowed red along the lower walls. They didn't make the path clearer. They made everything look submerged. My breathing got too loud. I kept trying to slow it, then worrying that slowing it meant I wasn't getting enough air, which made me breathe faster. Clay glanced back at me. Nora, I'm fine. You're not. I'm walking. He wanted to say something else. I could feel it. But Brent was behind us. Lily was whimpering into her cup, and Addie was muttering, no service, come on, like she could shame her phone into working. The concrete problem arrived at the next door. It was supposed to be a push-through panel, the kind painted to look like a wall. The red arrow pointed at it. Clay pressed the flat of his hand to the seam. Nothing. He pushed harder. The whole panel flexed, but didn't open. Maybe pull. Addie said, no handle. Brent shouldered past us. Move, don't ram it, Clay said. Brent rammed it. The panel boomed in its frame. Dust sifted down from above. Somewhere farther in the funhouse, a child started crying. Lily said, Dad, stop. Brent hit it again with his shoulder. Hey, I snapped. She said, stop. He turned on me. My wife and kid are on the other side. And breaking the wall on top of us helps how? His jaw worked. For a second, I thought he might yell. Then Lily touched his wrist, and his face folded inward just a little. Clay ran his light along the seam. It's latched from the other side or jammed. Staff can open it, Addie said. Then we call staff, Brent said, already dialing. No signal. Clay tried. One bar vanished to none as he lifted the phone. Addie tried 911 anyway. The call failed before it connected. That landed badly. Not because we thought we were trapped forever. We were inside a carnival attraction at a county fair, not buried underground. There were people outside. There were walls thin enough that voices carried if you got close. But phones not working changes the size of a problem. It shrinks the world to the people you can touch. Clay turned back the way we came. We go to the emergency door. I thought it was behind us, I said. It is. Brent shook his head. No, my wife's ahead. We need staff, Clay said. Emergency door alarm gets attention. Denny said it just makes noise. I said, noise is attention. Addie looked down at her phone. My battery S at 18%. Why? I asked. Because I filmed the goat judging for 20 minutes. Of course you did. A faint voice came from beyond the jammed panel. Dad. Lily straightened so fast her lemonade sloshed over her fingers. Brent pressed his ear to the door. Mason, the voice came again, muffled and high. Dad. Mom says the rest disappeared under a grinding sound from outside. Maybe a ride starting, maybe the generator struggling. Brent slammed his palm on the panel. Mason, stay there. We're coming. Clay grabbed Brent's arm before he could shoulder the panel again. Don't. Brent shoved him off. Get your hands off me. We don't know what's bracing it. My kid is on the other side. And if you knock it loose wrong, you could drop something on him. That stopped him, barely. Then we heard a different sound. A click behind the wall. Slow. Deliberate. The panel shifted inward a fraction. Not opening, locking tighter. Addie whispered, did someone just? Clay put his hand flat on the panel. Hello, staff. We have people trapped on both sides. Open the door. No answer. The generator thumped once outside, low and heavy. A strip of lights flickered to life above us, then died. In that quick flash, the mirror opposite the jammed panel showed our group from behind. Clay at the door, Brent beside him, Lily clutching the cup, Addie with her phone, and me near the rail. But there was someone else in the reflection. Behind Addie, close, brown sleeve, dark jacket, one hand hanging by their side. I turned. The corridor behind Addie was empty. Addie saw my face and twisted around. What? I could not get words out quickly enough. Move, I said. What? Move now. Something yanked the black curtain beside her. Not a ghost, not a monster. A person hidden in the service gap behind the mirror wall. The curtain snapped sideways, and Addie screamed as a hand shot through and grabbed her phone. She held on. For half a second, it was tug of war through a slit in the funhouse wall. Addie pulling back with both hands, the other person gripping the phone and part of her wrist. The flashlight beam whipped across the mirrors. White light exploded everywhere. Clay lunged. Brent cursed. I grabbed Addie around the waist and pulled. The phone tore free from her hand and vanished through the gap. Addie stumbled backward into me. Her elbow hit my ribs. Pain bloomed sharp and immediate. The curtain fell still. No face, no footsteps, just Addie gasping, my phone, my phone. They took my phone. Clay shoved his fingers into the curtain gap and pulled it open. Behind it was not open space exactly. It was a narrow maintenance passage between the mirror panels and the outer wall, maybe 2 feet wide, full of cables, wooden braces, dust, and the smell of warm electronics. His flashlight caught the corner of a boot disappearing around a bend. Hey, Clay shouted. The boot was gone. Brent grabbed the curtain and looked in. Who was that? Someone messing with the attraction, Clay said, but his voice sounded thinner now. Messing, Addie said. They grabbed me. She held up her wrist. 4 red marks were already rising below her thumb. My whole body had gone hot and shaky. Not panic now. Something cleaner. Anger, maybe. Fear with a target. The jammed panel rattled from the other side. Mason, Brent shouted. A woman's voice answered this time, muffled and frantic. Brent, don't come this way, The floor, a harsh alarm suddenly blared behind us. Not ours. Somewhere deeper in the attraction, a siren wailed in short bursts. 3 seconds on. 1 second off. The sound bounced around the mirrors until it seemed to come from every direction at once. The red emergency lights flickered brighter. Then a recorded announcement crackled overhead, warped by failing speakers. Please proceed calmly to the nearest exit. Lily began to cry. Clay looked from the jammed panel to the route behind us, to the maintenance gap where the person had vanished with Addie's phone. We have to get out and get help, he said. My wife just said the floor, Brent said. What does that mean? It means we need staff and maybe EMS, Clay said. Now, Addie cradled her wrist. My phone had the video. I understood what she meant. Not just the phone. Proof, the figure, the fake arrow, the grab, gone into the wall with whoever had taken it. Another pop overhead. A second bulb burst at the far end of the corridor, showering sparks down onto the carpet. A tiny orange glow caught near the baseboard where dust and old paper had collected. Clay saw it at the same time I did. Move, he said. The glow grew into a thin lick of flame. Small, almost ridiculous. Then the ventilation fan kicked on somewhere above us, and the flame bent sideways along the baseboard. The route forward was blocked by the jammed panel. The route behind us led back toward the emergency door, but also past the maintenance gap, where a real person had just reached through the wall and grabbed Addie. Brent slammed his hand against the panel once more. Angela. Back, Clay said. Everyone back. Brent didn't move. Brent, I said, louder than I thought I could. Your daughter is here. He looked down at Lily. That did it. He pulled her close, and we turned back the way we had come, away from his wife's voice, away from the jammed panel, toward the emergency door and the person hiding somewhere inside the walls. We had taken maybe 3 steps when the lights flickered again, and the mirror to my left showed the corridor behind us. The flame, the blocked door, and the brown-sleeved figure stepping out of the maintenance gap behind Brent, holding something small and dark in one hand. Addie's phone. Before I could shout, the figure reached up and yanked a hanging strip of black curtain across the passage behind us. Not to attack, to cover the red emergency sign, to hide the way out. The first mistake we made was trying to go back the way we came. It sounds obvious now. Smoke behind us, a jammed panel ahead, a real person moving inside the walls. The smart move was the nearest exit, and the nearest exit was supposed to be behind us, somewhere before the circular mirror chamber, marked by a red handle, and a warning sign Denny had pointed out like it was no big deal. But the funhouse had stopped feeling like a place with rules. It had become turns, reflections, heat, noise, and the sick little knowledge that someone had hands on the inside of it. Stay together, Clay said. His teacher voice was gone. This was flatter, stripped down. Nora behind me. Addie middle, Brent. Keep Lily on your right side. Nobody touches curtains unless I say. That guy took my phone, Addie said, like saying it again might make it less impossible. I know. He touched me. I know, Clay said. She let out a sharp breath that wasn't quite crying. Her wrist was already swelling around the red marks. The stuffed possum was still jammed under her arm, its sewn grin mashed sideways against her ribs. It looked obscene in the red emergency light. A prize from 5 minutes ago. A different world. We moved away from the jammed panel and the thin flame crawling along the baseboard. The floor under us ran in a straight stretch for maybe 20 feet, then bent right into the circular mirror room, then right again into the narrow zigzag corridor where the fake arrow had been. Beyond that, if the funhouse still matched the path in my head, the emergency door should have been on the left wall before the first funny mirror room. I kept repeating that. Straight. Circle room. Zigzag, door on left. Straight, circle room. Zigzag, door on left. It helped until it didn't. The smoke followed low at first, gray and stringy, dragging along the carpet like spilled gauze. It carried a plastic smell now. Not campfire, not wood. Burning insulation maybe, burning dust. It scratched the back of my throat and made Lily cough into Brent's shirt. "Cover your mouth," Clay said. "With what?" Brent snapped. Clay pulled the bottom of his hoodie up over his nose. I did the same with my shirt. Addie used a napkin greasy from fries. Lily had the front of Brent's Guardian's t-shirt bunched in both hands, and he bent over her like he could make his body into a wall. At the circular mirror room, we stopped. Not because we wanted to, because the way we had come in was not the way it looked now. The chamber had 4 exits, or seemed to. One behind us led back to the jammed panel and the fire. One to our right looked like the zigzag corridor. One to our left looked like another hallway lined with black curtains. One straight ahead narrowed into a tunnel of vertical mirror strips that I did not remember at all. Clay pointed his flashlight down, then swept it along the carpet instead of the mirrors. "Look for scuff marks." "What?" Brent said. "Traffic pattern. People walk the real path. Carpet wears different." That was Clay. Even afraid, he reached for the physical world. Evidence. Friction. Dirt. We all stared at the carpet. In the red light and phone beams, every stain looked meaningful. Mud tracked from outside. A flattened wad of gum, glitter. A smear of spilled blue slushy dried to tacky sugar. Addie said, "There." She pointed to the right-hand exit. The carpet nap was darker down the middle, pressed flat by shoes. Clay nodded. "Right." We made it 6 steps into that corridor before the floor ended. Not literally at first. The carpet continued. The mirrors continued. But Clay's light showed a gap ahead where a section of plywood had dropped maybe 8 inches below the rest, tilted like a loose trapdoor. Beyond it, another panel sloped upward again toward a bend. The seam between them was wide enough to catch a shoe, maybe a child's leg. One side of the lowered panel exposed wooden framing and a bundle of wires, some pulled tight, some sagging. Clay held his arm out. "Stop." Brent pushed forward. "We can step over that. Lily can't. I can carry her." "Brent," Clay said, "listen. That panel is part of the floor. We don't know what it's sitting on." Behind us, from the direction of the fire, there was a low crackle, followed by the hollow pop of something plastic giving way. Lily whispered, "Dad." Brent's face was wet with sweat now. "Then what?" "We stand here." I crouched before I thought better of it, and immediately felt the corridor tighten around my head and shoulders. Mirrors bent over me. The ceiling looked too low. My heartbeat moved into my teeth. Still, I made myself look. The tilted floor panel had a metal hinge on one side, not a trapdoor for guests. A service access hatch, maybe, hidden under the carpet. It had not fallen open completely because a thick electrical cable was snagged beneath it. The cable was stretched across the gap like a tripwire. "There's a hinge," I said. Clay crouched beside me. "Good catch." The praise almost broke me. Not because it mattered, but because it was normal, and normal things were starting to feel far away. Addie held her light on the gap. Could Angela have meant this? The floor, maybe, Clay said. Brent stared past us. Angela and Mason are ahead of this. Maybe not on this branch, Clay said. The word branch made my stomach drop. The fun house was supposed to be one path. But the power failure, the false arrows, the staff curtains, the mirrors, and whoever had been moving inside the walls had turned it into something else. Not a maze by design, a maze by accident, worse, by interference. Our first attempt failed there. The emergency exit route, or what we thought was the route, was blocked by the tilted floor hatch and live-looking wires. Clay tried testing the edge with the toe of his sneaker. The whole panel shifted with a heavy wooden groan, and one of the wires sparked blue against a metal bracket. "Back," he said immediately. We backed up into the circular room. The spark had been small, but it changed everyone's breathing. "Okay," Addie said, voice high. "Love that. Super fun." Brent jabbed a finger toward the left exit. "We try that way." Clay shone his light into it. Black curtains hung close on both sides, tighter than before. "That may be service access." "That guy used service access," Brent said. "Means it goes somewhere, or nowhere safe. My wife and son are somewhere unsafe already." Clay's jaw tightened. "I'm trying to keep your daughter from becoming a second emergency." Brent stepped toward him. For one stupid second, I thought they were going to shove each other in a burning carnival attraction, while a 12-year-old cried between them. "Stop," I said. They both looked at me. My voice came out rough from smoke. Need another way to make noise. The alarm, the outside wall, something. Addie raised her flashlight. "What about breaking a mirror?" Clay answered too fast. "No, it would make noise. It would make shards in a narrow hallway with kids and smoke." "Some are acrylic," she said. "Denny said that, and some are glass." Brent looked at the mirrors around us. "We can tell, right?" Clay tapped one carefully with a knuckle. It made a dull plastic thunk. He tapped another, higher, sharper glass. "There," Brent said. "Break the plastic one." "With what?" Clay asked. Brent unclipped the canvas belt bag from his chest and pulled out a metal water bottle. It was a terrible idea. It was also an idea. Clay took the bottle from him. "Everyone cover your faces. Move to that side." He chose the acrylic panel opposite the smoke route, the one that made Lily look wide and tiny at once. He hit the lower corner with the bottle, once, twice, 3 times. The panel flexed. Didn't break. He hit it harder. The sound boomed through the chamber, loud enough that someone outside might have heard it if the fair had not been full of engines, ride music, bells, and screaming kids. The panel cracked on the 5th hit, a white spiderweb blooming from the bottom. Clay hit it again, and a jagged flap bent inward, still attached at the edges. Behind it was plywood, not the outside, not open air, just the back of a painted wall and a 2-inch cavity packed with dust. Our second attempt only revealed how boxed in we were. Addie laughed once, a brittle, awful sound. Cool, 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 cool. Clay lowered the bottle. His hand was shaking. Brent snatched it back. Try another. No, Clay said. You don't get to decide. That one backed onto a false wall. The others may back onto mirrors, wires, guests, or nothing. We keep smashing randomly, and somebody gets cut. Somebody is already trapped. And somebody is setting this up from inside, Clay snapped. That made the room go still. Even the crackle of the fire seemed to pause, though I knew it hadn't. Lily looked up. Setting what up? Clay rubbed his mouth through the hoodie fabric. I don't know, but he did know enough. So did I. The fake arrow, the jammed panel, the stolen phone, the curtain pulled across the emergency sign. Maybe those things were unrelated in some perfect, innocent explanation. A prank, a panicked worker, a thief hiding after grabbing a phone. But together, they had a shape. The voice from overhead came again. Not the recorded announcement this time. A human voice, thin through a speaker or maybe a vent. Please proceed calmly, it dragged out, then stopped. Then, much closer from the left curtain passage, came a child's whisper. Mom, Lily clamped both hands over her mouth. Brent spun toward the sound. Mason, the whisper came again. Mom, Brent didn't wait. He bolted into the left passage. Brent, Clay shouted. Lily screamed, Dad. Everything became movement. Clay went after him. Addie grabbed Lily because Lily tried to follow. I grabbed Addie's backpack strap and almost pulled all three of us down. The left passage was so narrow we had to turn sideways, curtains brushing our faces, wires and wood braces visible in the gaps. Our phone lights stuttered over staples, duct tape, handwritten numbers on beams, and old candy wrappers wedged where guests weren't supposed to go. Brent, stop, Clay shouted. Ahead, Brent's flashlight beam jerked wildly. Mason. The child's whisper came again. Mom. Then it repeated exactly the same way. Same tone, same pause. Mom. Clay stopped so abruptly Brent nearly tripped over a cross brace in front of him. It's a recording, Clay said. Brent shook his head. No, listen. Mom, same pitch, same length, a toy. Or Addie's stolen phone playing a clip. Or some sound effect from the attraction, glitching after the power failure. The terror of it loosened by half, and humiliation rushed into the space it left. Brent had heard his fear and run at it. I knew the feeling too well to blame him. Addie shone her light down. There, wedged behind a support beam, was a small plastic doll from one of the Midway prize booths. A baby doll with a cracked speaker in its back. Its motion sensor must have been triggered by our lights or movement. Every few seconds it said, Mom, in a weak digital voice. A misdirection. Awful, but explainable. Lily sobbed anyway. Brent stood over the doll, chest heaving. Who puts that there? No one answered, because the answer was either a careless kid who lost it, or the person who wanted a frantic father to run the wrong way. The service passage did not lead outside. It ran parallel to the guest corridor, then split around a metal support post. To the right, a crawl width gap dropped behind the mirror chamber. To the left, a narrow route led toward the back of the funhouse, toward the jammed panel and the fire. Ahead, a plywood maintenance door stood half open, marked in faded stencil. Staff only, rear platform. The air coming through that door was cooler. Clay noticed it too. Airflow, he said. Outside, Addie asked. Maybe rear access. Brent wiped his face. Angela could be there. Or the person with my phone, Addie said. A crash behind us ended the discussion. Not huge, not the whole structure coming down, but something collapsed back in the guest corridor, followed by a hard clattering roll. One of the mirror panels, or ceiling fixtures maybe. The smoke thickened, pushing into the service passage in a brown-gray wave. The way back toward the circular room was no longer clear. We moved through the staff door. The rear platform was not a platform like I imagined. It was a raised work area behind the final mirror corridor, with unfinished plywood underfoot and exposed studs on 3 sides. To our left, through gaps in the framing, I could see the guest path where we had been headed before the jammed panel. Red emergency, lights glowed beyond it. To our right was an outer wall of corrugated metal, close enough that I could hear the fare outside, a ride operator calling all clear, a bell at the high striker game, music from a country cover band in the beer tent. Outside was right there, maybe 6 feet away. Clay banged on the metal wall with Brent's water bottle. Hey, help, people inside. Brent joined him with his fists. Help, fire, we all shouted. For a moment, hope came so fast it hurt. Then a tractor engine roared somewhere nearby, drowning us out completely. The rear of the funhouse must have faced the service lane behind the midway, not the crowd side. Generators, trucks, ride motors, staff traffic. Noise eating noise. Clay kept banging until the bottle dented. Addie coughed so hard she bent at the waist. Lily slid down the wall to sit, and Brent hauled her back up because the floor was no place to rest. My eyes watered until the studs and beams swam. Then Clay's beam caught something on the floor. Addie's phone. It lay near a coil of cable beside the rear platform wall, screen down, case with fruit stickers unmistakable. Addie lunged for it. Wait, Clay said, too late. She grabbed it, flipped it over, and pressed the power button. Nothing. No, no, no. She pressed again. Come on. The screen was cracked across the center. Dead or powered off. A smear of black grease marked the case. Beside where it had been lying was a folded strip of clear tape with black marker on it. Another arrow. Nora, I told myself, breathe in for 4. I got to 2. From the guest corridor beyond the studs came Angela's voice. Brent. He slammed into the framing. Angela. Through the gaps. We saw them at last. Angela Harlow, 44, female, was on the other side of the jammed panel in the guest hallway beyond the damaged floor section. She was white, blonde hair pulled into a messy bun, wearing a green tank top and carrying her son Mason against her side. Mason Harlow, 10, male, had one shoe missing and clutched a glowing plastic sword that blinked weakly blue. Angela had a cut along her forearm and dirt across one cheek. They were not far away. That was the cruelest part. Maybe 8 feet through framing, mirror backing, and a blocked corridor. The floor dropped, Angela shouted. Mason fell through up to his hip. I got him out, but the door behind us won't open. Brent pressed his face near the gap. Are you hurt? My arm's cut. Mason's ankle. I think he twisted it. Mason tried to speak and coughed instead. Clay scanned the studs between us. We can reach them if we remove this backing. The panel between the service platform and Angela's corridor was thin mirror backing over a frame. Not structural, maybe breakable. Brent looked at him. You said not to break things. Clay swallowed. Different situation. He and Brent used the water bottle and a loose 2x4 to pry at the backing. Addie held Lily against the outer wall. I aimed Clay's phone light where he told me, trying to keep the beam steady while my hands shook. They got one corner loose, then another. Angela kept saying, hurry, but not loudly, because Mason cried harder every time she sounded scared. The backing cracked. A gap opened wide enough for an arm. Brent reached through. Their fingers touched. Then the rear platform door slammed shut behind us. All our lights jumped toward it. The staff door we had come through had closed, not swung gently, slammed. The latch clicked. Clay ran to it and pulled. It didn't open. He yanked harder. Move, Brent shouted, torn between Angela and the door. Clay put his shoulder to it once, twice. The wood shuddered but held. From the other side of the door came one soft sound, not a voice, a footstep moving away. Then another. Addie whispered, they locked us in. The fire alarm cut off. The sudden quiet was worse than the siren. In the new quiet, the crackle from the main corridor sounded much closer. Smoke began slipping under the staff door we had just lost. Clay stared at the latch, breathing hard. Brent still had one hand through the gap, holding Angela's fingers. Lily cried without sound, mouth open, face wet. Addie clutched her dead phone against her chest, as if it might still be useful by pressure alone. Outside, beyond the corrugated wall, people kept laughing at the fair. Right there, close enough to hear, too far to help. Then the generator gave a grinding cough and stopped. Every remaining emergency bulb went dark at once. The fans died. Funhouse settled around us with little wooden creaks, and the smoke stopped being pulled away. It spread straight into the rear platform, thickening at head height. The route back to the emergency door was blocked by collapse and smoke. The staff door was locked from the other side. The family ahead of us was separated by a wall half pried open. The outside wall was too loud and solid for anyone to hear us through. There was no more retreat, only forward through the wall. The dark did something ugly to the space. It took away the edges. 1 second I could see the rear platform in pieces. Clay by the locked staff door, Brent with one arm through the gap in the wall, Angela's fingers gripping his. Addie hunched over her dead phone, Lily crying into her sleeve, Mason's blue toy sword blinking weakly beyond the studs. Then the generator died. No red bulbs, no strip lights, no humming fans, just darkness, smoke, and the fair outside, still carrying on like we were inside a bad radio. Phone lights, Clay said. His voice cracked on the second word. I fumbled mine from my pocket. My screen came on at 11%. Clay's flashlight blinked back to life. Addie's was gone with her broken phone, so she pressed close to Lily and used the faint glow from Mason's toy sword when Angela pushed it toward the gap. Blue, off, enough to make every face look drowned. Open it wider, Angela said from the other side. Please. Clay turned from the staff door. We need to get them through. Now. Brent had both hands on the loose mirror backing, pulling until the nails squealed. The gap we'd made was maybe a foot wide, framed by raw wood and torn silver backing. Not enough for Angela. Maybe enough for Mason if we angled him right. The smoke was no longer crawling low. It had found the ceiling, spread, and started to sink. It moved like dirty breath over our heads. Every cough hurt deeper. Clay shoved the loose 2x4 into the gap and levered it hard. The panel cracked. Again, Brent said. Clay put his weight on it. The board slipped. His hand punched into the broken backing, and he hissed through his teeth. When he pulled it back, a dark line opened across his palm. Clay, I said. Fine. Blood ran down his wrist. Not a lot, enough. He wrapped his fingers around the board anyway and nodded to Brent. Together they pried. The backing tore free in a jagged sheet that clattered onto our side of the platform. It made too much noise, a flat metallic crash that seemed to shake the whole funhouse. We all froze. On the other side of the locked staff door, something moved. A footstep. Then the slow drag of fabric against plywood. Addie whispered, "He's still here." Clay kept his voice low. Mason first. Angela crouched in the guest corridor beyond the broken wall. I could see more of her now by the broken beams of our phones. She had her son under both arms, trying not to put weight on his right ankle. Mason's face was gray with smoke and fear, his cheeks wet, his mouth open in shallow little coughs. "Mason," I said, because I needed him to look at someone who wasn't his mother panicking. "You're going to come through like a drawer. Arms first, then shoulders. We'll grab you." He nodded too quickly. Angela pushed his glowing sword through first. It blinked blue against the plywood floor beside Lily. "Keep it," Mason whispered. Lily picked it up with both hands. Then Mason came through. It was not smooth. His injured ankle caught on the lower beam, and he screamed, a bright tearing sound that made Brent curse and Angela start crying openly. Clay reached through with his bleeding hand, grabbed Mason under one arm, and I got the other. We pulled, carefully at first, then harder when the smoke rolled into the gap from Angela's side too. "Don't twist his leg," Clay said. "I'm not," I snapped. I know." Mason slid through and collapsed into Brent's lap. Brent made a sound I had not heard from an adult man before, half sob and half apology. Lily threw both arms around her brother, still holding the plastic sword, its blue blinking light trapped between their bodies. Angela was next. The gap was wider now, but not wide enough. Clay and Brent tore at the lower edge with the 2x4 and water bottle. Addie, one-handed because of her wrist, used the stuffed possum to cover her mouth and held my phone so I could see what I was doing. Ridiculous. Useful. Its fake fur filtered smoke better than nothing. I found a nail head with my fingers and pulled until my nail bent backward. Pain flashed clean and white. I didn't make a sound. I didn't have enough air for one. The panel gave another inch. "Come on," Brent said. "Angie, come on." Angela pushed one arm through. The cut along her forearm opened again, leaving a wet smear on the silver backing. Then her shoulder. Then her head. Her bun snagged on a splinter, and she jerked, trapped by hair, and would like the funhouse had grown fingers. "Wait," I said. "I can't," she choked. "I can't breathe." Addie reached forward with her good hand and untangled the hair from the splinter. Slow, gentle. Her own wrist was shaking. "You're good," Addie said. "You're good. Don't yank." Angela pushed again and slid through, scraping her ribs on the lower frame. Brent caught her, and the four Harlows folded into each other for 1 second. Only one. The staff door shook. One hard hit from the other side. Everyone turned. Clay grabbed the 2x4. Another hit. The latch held, but the door jumped in its frame. "He wants in now," Addie said. "Why?" "Because we're getting out of his route," Clay said. I looked at the broken gap where Angela and Mason had come through. On their side, the guest corridor stretched deeper toward the final exit, but part of the floor had dropped. Smoke pooled there. The route behind them was blocked by whatever door wouldn't open. Our side had the locked staff door, the corrugated outer wall, and the service platform. No good option. Then Mason lifted the plastic sword weakly. "There's a door past the broken floor." Clay turned. "A door outside," Mason coughed. Angela answered for him. "I saw light under it, maybe the end exit. But the floor section between here and there is bad." "Bad how?" Clay asked. "Soft. One part already dropped." Brent looked at Lily, then Mason's ankle. "We can carry them." The staff door hit again. This time, a screw popped from the latch plate and pinged onto the platform. No more debate. "Through the gap," Clay said. "Back into the guest corridor. Stay along the wall, not the middle. One at a time." Brent went first with Mason on his back. Angela followed, holding Lily's hand. Addie shoved her broken phone into her pocket and squeezed through next. I went after her, the splintered frame catching my shirt and ripping it down the side. Clay came last, dragging the 2x4 with him. We entered the corridor where Angela and Mason had been trapped. The geography snapped into place in my head, ugly and simple. Behind us, the broken wall to the rear platform. Left of that, through hidden passages, the way back to the circular room and smoke. Ahead, a narrow final hallway of mirrors, then maybe the exit. Between us and it, damaged floor. The hallway ahead was lined with tall mirror strips angled like teeth. Some had cracked from heat or impact. Others reflected our phone beams into broken ladders of light. The carpet looked normal for the first few feet, then sagged into a shallow V where the access hatch had partly given way. On the right side, the floor had torn open wide enough to show framing below. Not a basement, just the underside of the portable structure, maybe 3 feet to dirt and cables. Enough to break an ankle. Enough to trap a child. Enough to panic and get everyone piled on top of each other. Clay crouched despite his bleeding hand. Left wall. Step on the joists if you can see them. Brent put Mason down for a second. "No, Brent, no." Clay looked at him. "If you fall with him, you crush him." Brent's face twisted, but he lowered Mason carefully to sit against the wall. Mason bit his lip so hard it went pale. The staff door behind us finally broke. We heard it from the other side of the wall. A crack, a crash, then footsteps on the rear platform. Heavy, fast. Addie whispered, "Move." The figure appeared at the broken gap behind us before anyone crossed the floor. Brown jacket, dark pants, work boots, a hood pulled low. Not a ghost, not a reflection, a person. In one hand, he held a utility knife, the folding kind with a short blade out. In the other, something black and rectangular. My stomach recognized it before my head did. Addie's phone. "Give us room," Clay said, raising the 2x4. The figure didn't speak. That was worse than yelling. Brent stepped forward. Angela grabbed his shirt. No, the figure looked past Clay to the children, then to the sagging floor, then back at the broken wall. He was measuring roots, not raging, not lunging, thinking. Clay shifted his grip. "Staff know we're in here," he lied. The person's head tilted. Addie's voice shook. "You took my phone." Still nothing. Then Lily, small and terrified, and maybe too young to understand that silence can be dangerous, said, "Why are you doing this?" The figure flinched. A human flinch. He took one step back. Clay used it. "Go," he said. Brent lifted Mason again. Angela took Lily. Addie moved onto the damaged floor first, keeping left, one palm flat on the mirror wall. The panel groaned under her. She froze. "Keep moving," Clay said. "I am," she snapped, not moving. I stepped behind her. "Addie." One foot to the dark line. "That's a beam." "I can't see it." I angled my phone down. The battery warning flashed, low power 10%. "There," I said. "There," she stepped. The floor held. Angela followed with Lily, both of them small and hunched, coughing into their shirts. Brent came next, Mason on his back, moving like every inch cost him. The floor bowed under their combined weight. "Stop," Clay said. Brent stopped. "Shift left." "I am left." More. The figure behind us moved. Fast. Clay swung the 2x4 sideways, not at his head, but at his hand. It connected with a flat crack. The utility knife clattered onto the damaged floor and slid toward the opening. The man grunted. First sound from him. I grabbed the knife before thinking, then dropped it again because the handle was slick with something oil sweat. I didn't know. It bounced once and fell through the gap under the floor. The man slammed into Clay. They hit the mirror wall together. A glass panel shattered. Not dramatically. Not like in movies. It gave way with a short, brutal crash, and then there were shards everywhere, thin and bright in the phone light. Clay shouted. The man's hood fell back. I saw his face. Young, maybe 19 or 20. White, patchy beard. Eyes wide and wet with panic. Not a monster. A scared, furious kid in a brown maintenance jacket. That made it worse in a different way. Because scared people make stupid choices with their whole bodies. He shoved Clay again, trying to get past him toward the gap or toward us. I couldn't tell. Clay's foot slipped on broken glass, and he went down hard on one knee. "Clay," I shouted. The young man turned toward me. Addie was still on the damaged section, halfway across. Brent and the children were almost past it. Angela had reached the far side. Nobody could move fast. Nobody could help. So I did the only thing my body found. I grabbed the stuffed possum from where Addie had dropped it and threw it at his face. It was stupid. It worked for half a second. The toy hit him across the eyes. He batted it away, startled, and Clay grabbed his ankle from the floor. "Go," Clay shouted. I went. The damaged floor dipped under me. My left foot landed on carpet that had nothing solid beneath it. It dropped 6 inches, then 12. My shin slammed the edge of the hatch. Pain shot up my leg. I pitched forward and caught the mirror wall with my forearms. Glass bit me, not deep everywhere. Deep enough in two places that I felt heat run down to my wrist. Addie grabbed the back of my shirt. "Nora, I'm stuck." My foot had punched through torn carpet and wedged between two framing boards. I could feel open air below. Dirt, cables brushing my shoe. Behind us, Clay and the young man struggled in the broken glass. The man kicked free. Clay rolled aside just enough to avoid his boot. Brent set Mason down on the far side and came back onto the bad floor. "No," Angela screamed. He ignored her. The floor sagged under his first step. "Stop," I said. "Don't." He reached for me anyway. His hand caught mine. The boards under us groaned, a long sound, a giving up sound. Addie grabbed the mirror frame with her injured wrist and screamed through her teeth as it took her weight. Brent pulled. I twisted my trapped foot until my ankle burned. "Again," Brent said, "I can't." "Yes, you can." Clay shouted behind us. The young man had gotten past him and was coming onto the damaged floor, holding one hand against his bleeding wrist where the board had hit him. His eyes fixed on Addie's phone sticking from her pocket. The phone, the video, whatever he thought it showed. Addie saw him too. She pulled the cracked phone out and held it over the open gap in the floor. "Back up," she said. He stopped. Her voice was shaking badly, but it was loud. "Back up, or I drop it under the whole damn building." For the first time, he spoke. "Give it to me." He sounded young, hoarse, local maybe, Pennsylvania vowels flattened by panic. "Why?" Clay demanded from behind him, trying to stand. The young man didn't look back. "You don't understand." "Then explain," I said. He laughed once, broken and breathless. Now, smoke rolled thicker around his shoulders. His face twitched toward the rear platform, toward the fire, toward the place he had locked us in. "People were taking videos," he said. "They always take videos." Addie's wrist trembled. "So you trapped us." "I didn't start the fire." "Nobody said you did," Clay said. But his face changed when Clay said it, there. A fact revealed by denial. He hadn't started the fire, maybe, but he knew something else. Something about the floor, the fake arrows, the guests sent away from the normal route. The young man stepped forward. Addie opened her fingers. The cracked phone dropped. He lunged for it. So did I, instinctively, stupidly, because evidence mattered, and because Addie's whole hand had been grabbed for that phone, and because my fear had narrowed into one bright point. My trapped foot came free as I twisted. The phone fell through the gap. The young man overreached. His boot landed on the sagging center panel. It broke. Not all of it, just enough. The floor dropped under him with a sharp wooden crack. He vanished to the waist, arms slamming against the jagged edges. He screamed. Real pain. Human pain. His hands clawed at the carpet, fingers leaving streaks in the grime. "Help me," he shouted. No one moved for half a second, then Clay did. Of course he did. Bleeding, limping, coughing, furious, Clay grabbed the man under one arm. Brent still had my hand. He looked at the trapped man, then at his kids. "Brent," Clay barked. Brent released me and grabbed the man's other arm. Together, they hauled him backward. The floor broke more. The man screamed again, his leg caught below. He was not faking. The sound scraped every nerve raw. "Don't pull straight," Angela shouted from the far side. "Angle him left." She had nurse-like authority suddenly, though I didn't know if she was a nurse or just a mother who who had already pulled one child out of a hole tonight. They angled him left. Clay's cut hand slipped. Brent swore. Addie and I crawled backward on our elbows, away from the failing section. The man came free with a horrible jolt and collapsed onto the narrow strip of stable floor near the broken mirror wall. His lower leg bent wrong at the ankle. He saw it and started making short, panicked sounds through clenched teeth. The threat was down, not gone. Down. Clay kicked the utility knife farther into the gap below the floor, though it was already out of reach. Then he grabbed the young man's brown jacket and dragged him away from the broken section. "You can hate us later," Clay said. "Move." The final exit door was 10 feet ahead. A plain metal door with a push bar, hidden beyond the last angled mirrors. Light showed under it. Real light, fair light, dusty and yellow. Angela got there first with Lily. She pushed. It didn't open. "No," she said. Brent limped toward her. "Push harder." She shoved with both hands. The bar moved, but the door stuck against something outside. Blocked. Of course it was blocked. Clay coughed so hard he nearly folded. Again. Together. Brent, Angela, and Addie hit the bar at once. The door moved an inch. Outside, metal scraped on metal. "Something S in front," Angela said. "A cart maybe. A trash bin. A folded barricade." The smoke pressed lower. My phone went black. No battery warning, just dead. Mason's toy sword blinked in Lily's hands. "Blue, off, blue." The young man on the floor sobbed. "It's a supply cart. They park it there. It jams." Everyone looked at him. Clay's voice went flat. "How do you know?" Squeezed his eyes shut. "Because I work here." There it was, not the whole answer. Enough. Clay didn't waste time. "How do we move it?" "Kick low, door bottom, it's on casters." Brent braced himself despite his shaking legs. Clay joined him, one knee unstable. Angela held the push bar down. "On 3, Clay said. 1, 2, they kicked. The door opened another inch, again. Another inch. Smoke poured toward the gap, eager for air. Outside voices shifted. Someone shouted, distant but real. "Hey, there's smoke coming out of that." Again, I yelled. They kicked a third time. The cart outside rolled with a metallic rattle, and the door burst open into yellow carnival light. Sound hit us, engines, bells, a man yelling for someone to shut the ride down. The night air felt cold and wet against my face, even though it was August. Angela pushed Lily out first. Mason next, carried by Brent. Addie stumbled after them, coughing, wrist clutched against her chest. I crawled through because standing made my leg buckle. Clay stayed long enough to grab the young worker under the arms. For one terrible second, I thought he would leave him. For one worse second, I wanted him too. Then Clay dragged him through the doorway. Both of them streaked with soot and blood, and they collapsed onto the gravel service lane behind Mirror Manor. The outside world found us in fragments. A ride operator in a neon vest ran over, then stopped like his brain couldn't sort what he was seeing. Denny appeared from the side of the funhouse, cigarette gone, face gray under the work lights. Someone yelled, "Call 911." Someone else already had a phone out. A woman screamed when she saw Mason's ankle. A man with a fire extinguisher charged passed us toward the open door. I lay on my back on the gravel, coughing so hard I tasted metal. Above me, the funhouse sign flickered orange against the night. MIRRO Manor. Half a word missing. Addie crawled close and put her good hand on my shoulder. You okay? No, she nodded. Me neither. Clay sat a few feet away, his bleeding hand pressed inside his hoodie. His glasses were cracked. Brent was holding both his children at once, while Angela argued with a bystander who kept trying to make Mason stand. The young worker lay near the door with his hands visible, crying and clutching his broken leg, while Denny stood over him saying, Trevor, what did you do? What the hell did you do? Trevor. That was his name. The central threat had a name, a face, a job badge hidden under a brown jacket, and a broken ankle because the same rigged-up floor that had trapped us had finally taken him too. But as the first sirens rose somewhere beyond the fairgrounds, thin and distant, I turned my head toward the open exit door. Smoke drifted out in slow ribbons. Inside, one cracked mirror near the doorway still reflected the service lane. For a second, in that broken reflection, I saw all of us sitting on the gravel, and behind us, in pieces, the open dark of Mirror Manor. Empty now, probably empty. I turned away before the mirror could show me anything else. By the time the first ambulance reached the service lane, the fair had already started pretending it was still a fair. Not completely. Not well. The Dragon Kitty coaster had stopped with 3 green cars sitting empty under the bulbs. A ride operator stood beside the control box with both hands on top of his head, looking back and forth between us and the midway, as if the right adult would arrive and tell him where to put his fear. The high striker bell still rang once in a while, because not everyone knew yet. Somewhere past the fried dough stand, a man on a microphone told people to please clear the area in the same voice he'd probably used earlier to announce lost car keys and the winner of the pie contest. Mirror Manor kept breathing smoke out of its rear exit. It came in thin gray pulses at first, then thicker when 2 volunteer firefighters pried the door wider and shoved the supply cart completely out of the way. The cart rattled across the gravel and hit a generator trailer with a hollow bang. Nobody laughed. Nobody even looked surprised. I sat on the gravel with a foil blanket around my shoulders and my left shoe off. My sock was black at the heel from soot and dirt. My shin had a swelling knot where the broken floor had caught me, and 2 shallow cuts ran down my forearm from the mirror glass. One of them kept opening when I moved my hand. A paramedic named Denise Carver, 41 female, from Latrobe, Pennsylvania, knelt in front of me with blue gloves and a penlight clipped to her jacket. She had a calm, brisk face and a voice that made instructions feel like something you could hold onto. Deep breath for me, she said. I tried. My lungs rejected it halfway. That's all right. Small ones then. She pressed a pulse oximeter onto my finger. You lose consciousness at any point. No. Vomiting. No. Head strike. I don't think so. You don't think so because you're unsure, or you don't think so because you're minimizing. I looked at her. She looked back. Unsure, I said. Thank you. That was the first ordinary mercy after we got out. Someone asking a question and expecting the truth. Clay sat on the back bumper of the ambulance across from me, his right hand wrapped in gauze so thick it looked like a white mitten. His glasses had one cracked lens, and every few seconds he reached up like he wanted to fix them, then remembered his hand and stopped. He was trying to watch everyone at once. Me, Addie, the Harlows, Trevor on the stretcher, Denny arguing with a sheriff's deputy. He looked terrible. He also looked alive. Addie Reese, 21, female, my cousin from Columbus, sat beside me now, her injured wrist wrapped in an instant cold pack and elastic bandage. She had stopped talking in full jokes and had started doing something worse, making half jokes that collapsed before the punchline. A paramedic had offered to take the stuffed possum away because its fake fur was streaked with soot and someone else's blood. Addie refused and tucked it under her good arm. "It has seen too much," she told him. Then she stared at the gravel until he moved on. Brent Harlow, 46, male, and Angela Harlow, 44, female, stayed with their kids near the second ambulance. Brent had one arm around Lily, 12, female, and kept touching Mason's hair like he was checking that his son's head still existed. Mason, 10, male, was strapped to a stretcher with an ice pack against his ankle. His glowing plastic sword lay on his chest, switched off now. Angela had a bandage wrapped around her forearm and a smear of dried blood at her hairline where she had scraped herself squeezing through the wall. She was answering questions in a voice so steady it made me want to cry. No, we weren't given any evacuation instructions once inside. No, we did not see staff after the first room. Yes, the floor panel dropped before the lights fully failed. Yes, there were arrows that appeared altered. Brent kept interrupting until Angela touched his sleeve and said, "Let me," not sharply, not tenderly either, just tired. Trevor was on the ground at first, then on a stretcher once the EMTs stabilized his leg. He was younger than I had guessed in the dark, maybe 19, maybe 20. His brown maintenance jacket had been cut open. Under it was a Black Mirror Manor t-shirt with orange lettering and a name tag clipped near the collar. TREVORHAINES. Trevor Haynes, 19, male, local to Greensburg, according to Denny's first frantic words to the deputy, had a broken ankle, glass cuts across one cheek, and a face that looked much younger once the panic drained out of it. He kept asking for his mother. Then he kept asking if anyone had died. Then he stopped asking anything when the deputy read him his rights beside the ambulance, while a paramedic taped an IV line into his arm. I thought I would feel triumph hearing that. I didn't. I felt tired down to the center of my bones. The fire itself turned out to be smaller than it had felt from inside. That was one of the facts that made people outside glance at us strangely, until they saw the smoke stains around our mouths and the way Mason screamed when anyone touched his ankle. The firefighters knocked it down with extinguishers before it reached the front half of the attraction. The flames had eaten a section of baseboard, curtain fabric, and wiring insulation near the jammed panel. Enough smoke to hurt us. Enough heat to burst bulbs. Enough danger that Captain Louis Morneau, 53, male, from Greensburg Volunteer Fire Department, came over after his crew finished and said, You were right to get out any way you could. He said it mostly to Clay, because Clay was the one still apologizing for breaking panels. Clay blinked at him. We damaged a lot of, Captain Morneau cut him off. You got children out of a compromised structure with an active electrical fire. Property can file a complaint if it learns to talk. Addie laughed once at that, then started coughing and couldn't stop for almost a minute. They made us all take oxygen. That embarrassed me, which was stupid. I sat there with a clear plastic mask over my nose and mouth, tasting rubber and my own breath, while Denise cleaned glass out of my arm with tweezers. Every time she pulled a piece free, it made a tiny clicking sound when she dropped it into a metal tray. Click, click, click. Small, neat proof that things had gone into me and had to be removed one by one. Clay came over when they were done with his hand. "You okay?" he asked. I almost said yes. Then I looked at him, at the soot along his jaw and the gauze around his palm, and the way he was standing with too much weight on one leg because his knee had hit the floor hard when Trevor slammed him into the mirror. "No," I said. His face changed. Not relief exactly. Something near it. "Me neither," he said. We sat shoulder to shoulder on the ambulance bumper while the fair continued shrinking around us. Parents pulled kids away from the midway by the hand. A teenage girl cried because her friends had gone inside Mirror Manor earlier, and she couldn't find them until they appeared near the lemonade stand, safe and confused. Denny Falk, late 50s, male, the attendant who had warned me about the emergency door, sat on an overturned milk crate with a deputy in front of him, his windbreaker unzipped, his hands shaking around an unlit cigarette. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard enough. Told them back exit had to stay clear. Trevor was supposed to be checking panels. Generator S been stalling all week. Owner said run it through Sunday. The owner arrived 20 minutes later in a white pickup and clean boots. His name was Everett Slade, 62, male, from somewhere near Altoona, according to the badge on his vest, and the way Denny refused to look at him. He had silver hair, a tucked polo shirt, and the expression of a man already calculating insurance language. He tried to tell Captain Morneau that the attraction was currently between inspections, which sounded like a sentence built by a lawyer in a hurry. Captain Morneau did not raise his voice. He just pointed at the smoke coming out of the door and told him to step back behind the tape. The legal consequences began before we left the fairgrounds. Deputies photographed Addie's wrist. They photographed Clay's hand, my arm, Angela's cut, Mason's ankle, the blackened rear exit, the supply cart that had blocked it, and the fake arrow tape found near the broken phone. Addie's phone was recovered after the firefighters lifted the damaged floor panel from underneath. The screen was destroyed, but a deputy bagged it anyway. Sometimes data can still be pulled, Deputy Corinne Wilkes, 38, female, from Westmoreland County Sheriff's Office, told Addie. Addie's mouth trembled. Good. Deputy Wilkes had a firm ponytail and a notebook full of block handwriting. She took our statements separately, which made me feel lonelier than I expected. I had to tell the story without Clay's steady corrections, without Addie's nervous comments, without Brent's anger filling the pauses. So I told it, The mirror, the raised hand, the fake arrow, the jammed panel, the phone grabbed through the wall, Angela's voice, the locked staff door, Trevor's knife, the broken floor, the supply cart, the exit. Deputy Wilkes wrote and wrote. When I mentioned seeing people behind us in the mirrors before we saw Trevor directly, she paused. Do you believe those were reflections from the service passages? She asked. I think so. You think? I looked toward Mirror Manor. The front sign had gone dark now. Without the bulbs, the painted harlequins looked cheap and flat, their smiles just brushstrokes on plywood. There were gaps behind some of the mirrors, I said, curtains, service spaces. If someone stood there, the angles could make them look like they were behind you. Deputy Wilkes wrote that down. It should have comforted me. A real explanation. Glass and angles. A person with a badge and a bad decision, turning optical tricks into something worse. Instead, it made the whole thing feel more intimate. The mirrors hadn't lied. They had shown us someone the normal hallway hid. Trevor gave his statement at the hospital later, according to what Deputy Wilkes told us when she called 2 days after. She did not give details she wasn't allowed to give, but enough became clear. Trevor had known the rear floor hatch was loose. Denny had reported it. The owner told them to route guests away from that section until closing. But nobody shut the attraction down because Saturday night was the busiest night of the fair. Trevor was sent inside to tape off one direction. He did it badly, then panicked when guests ended up split between the old path and the temporary route. The phone made everything worse. Addie's video had caught him moving through the service gap before he was supposed to be there. He thought it made him look responsible for the malfunction. He grabbed it. He cracked it, trying to power it off. He locked the staff door, he claimed, because smoke was coming from that side, and he was trying to keep people from going the wrong way. Nobody believed that part completely. Maybe he did. Maybe in his mind, every bad choice became an emergency procedure if he used the right words after. The utility knife, he said, was for cutting zip ties and curtain strips. That part was plausible. Too much of it was plausible. That was the worst thing. No mastermind. No stalking demon in reflective glass. Just a cheap attraction run too long on bad wiring and shortcuts. An owner who didn't want to lose ticket money. A frightened worker who chose cover-up over evacuation. And a layout designed to make reality hard to verify. Mason had a bad sprain and a small fracture near the growth plate. Angela needed stitches. Clay needed 7 stitches in his palm and a tetanus shot. Addie had deep bruising around her wrist and a hairline fracture in one small bone near her thumb. I had glass cuts, smoke irritation, and a bruised shin that turned purple-yellow over the next week, like fruit going soft. Nobody died. People kept saying that, as if it closed the matter. Nobody died, as if there were no other ways to leave pieces of yourself in a place. 3 nights later, back in my apartment in Monroeville, I woke up because my refrigerator clicked on. That was all. A normal compressor sound. A normal kitchen. Streetlight coming through the blinds. Clay asleep on the couch because his hand hurt too much for him to sleep comfortably beside anyone, and because neither of us had admitted yet that being in the bedroom with the door closed felt bad. I got up for water. In In the hallway, I passed the narrow mirror by my coat rack. I didn't look at it. Then I did, because not looking felt like letting the fear pick my root. Mirror showed me in an oversized t-shirt, bandage on my forearm, hair flattened on one side. Behind me, the hallway was empty. Living room beyond it. Couch, Clay's socked foot sticking out from under the blanket. A pile of pharmacy bags on the coffee table. Ordinary mess, ordinary life. I stood there until my breathing stayed even. Then I went to the kitchen. That became the new normal, not avoidance exactly. Inspection. I checked reflective surfaces the way Clay checked exits. Store windows. Dark TV screens. The black glass of my microwave at night. I told myself it was temporary. Addie went back to Ohio with the possum in her backpack and a splint on her wrist. She texted me a photo of it buckled into her passenger seat with the caption, "Emotional support, rodents survived Pennsylvania." Then, 5 minutes later, I keep deleting videos before watching them. Is that weird? I wrote back, no, then, keep 1 or 2 normal ones. Goats maybe. She sent a goat video the next day. It was shaky, loud, and boring. I watched the whole thing. Brent called Clay once to thank him. The call lasted 4 minutes. Clay said Brent cried and apologized for shoving him and not listening. Clay said he told him there was nothing to apologize for, which was kind and not entirely true. Angela sent us a photo a week later of Mason on crutches in their driveway, Lily beside him holding the blue sword. They both looked embarrassed to be photographed. Alive and embarrassed. It made me cry in the clinic supply closet between appointments. The fair closed Mirror Manor permanently before the week ended. The county ordered inspections on several traveling attractions. Everett Slade's company lost its contract for the remaining fair dates, and charges were discussed, then filed, then amended in ways I only half understood. Reckless endangerment, evidence tampering, fire code violations. Trevor's name appeared in one local article with a mugshot that made him look hollowed out and scared. Denny was not charged, at least not then. I don't know if that was justice or paperwork. What I know is that he sent me a short message through Deputy Wilkes a month later. Not an apology exactly. A statement. I should have shut it down myself. I kept that sentence longer than I should have. Maybe because it was the only honest thing anyone from Mirror Manor gave us. By September, the bruises faded. Clay's stitches came out. Addie's wrist healed well enough for her to complain about physical therapy, and I reminded her I worked in a clinic and would weaponize hand exercises if needed. The Harlows stopped updating us, which felt healthy. People should be allowed to exit each other's disasters. Life resumed in all the insulting ways it does. Bills, groceries, traffic on Route 22. Patients arguing about copies. Clay grading lab reports at my kitchen table with his hand still stiff. Addie sending memes at midnight. Me standing outside elevators and deciding, day by day, whether I could get in. Most days I could, not because I became brave. I don't think bravery works like that. It was more boring and harder. I got in because I had places to be. I got out because doors opened. Each time, I reminded myself that a closed space is not automatically a trap. Sometimes, though, when the elevator doors reflected the hallway behind me just before they shut, I saw the shape of a person in that silver seam. Not a real person, usually a neighbor, a plant, my own shoulder doubled wrong by brushed metal. Usually. The last thing I'll say is this. A few weeks after the fair, Deputy Wilkes called to confirm one detail in my statement. They had recovered portions of Addie's phone data. Not much. File was corrupted where Trevor had damaged the phone, but the first video from the mirror hallway had partly survived. It shows him, I asked. It shows someone in the service gap, she said carefully. Enough for our purposes. Was he behind me? A pause. From the angle, yes. That should have been the end. But then she added, there was another reflection in the same clip. We think it may be Denny outside the entrance, reflected through multiple panels. The technicians are still looking. I waited. She said, it's probably nothing. People say that when they want a thing to become nothing, by the time it reaches you. I never asked to see the clip. I don't want to know how many reflections it took for a man outside the entrance to appear deep inside the funhouse behind my shoulder. I don't want to know whether the mirrors were that clever or that cheap, or whether someone else had been standing where the service plans said no person should fit. Mirror Manor was dismantled before Halloween. Friend of Addie's found photos online of the pieces stacked behind a warehouse in Butler County. Painted panels, rolled carpet, broken bulbs, mirror strips wrapped in moving blankets. In one photo, a cracked mirror leaned against a loading dock, reflecting the person taking the picture. Behind them, blurred by glass and distance, stood a brownish shape. Probably cardboard, probably a tarp, probably nothing. Addie sent the photo with no caption. I deleted it without zooming in. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here, dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found an old family photo album, but I'm in pictures from the 1800s, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first strange thing wasn't the photograph. It was the smell. Not the normal old house smell either, not dust and radiator heat and mouse droppings baked into the walls. This was sharper. Wet wool, ash, a faint chemical bite, like someone had opened a bottle of nail polish remover 3 rooms away, and then hidden it under the floorboards. It drifted out of the blue guest room the moment I cracked the door, even though that room had been shut for almost 20 years. And there was nothing in there except a broken bed frame, 2 cedar chests, and boxes my mother had labeled with a fat black marker before she got too sick to care about labeling anything. I stood in the doorway with my hand still on the knob, listening. Downstairs, my brother was arguing with the estate salewoman about whether a cracked butter churn counted as decorative primitive or trash. Somewhere in the kitchen, a pipe ticked behind the wall in little metallic taps. Outside, Late October rain kept needling the windows of the old farmhouse in western Massachusetts, soft at first, then harder whenever the wind shoved it sideways off the Berkshires. Nothing moved in the room. Still, the smell came out in a thin, steady ribbon. "Eli," my brother called from downstairs. "You find anything worth keeping, or just more colonial junk Mom swore belonged to presidents?" I almost answered. Then something inside the room clicked. Not loud, not dramatic. A small wooden sound, like a box settling shut by itself. "My name is Eli Mercer. I'm 32, male, born in Northampton, Massachusetts. And up until that afternoon, I made a decent living restoring damaged photographs for people who wanted their dead relatives cleaned up, but not changed too much. Fix the tear across Grandma's face. Remove the water stain. Brighten the eyes. Don't make Dad look like he was happy if he was." That kind of work teaches you to distrust a perfect image. It also teaches you how often families lie by accident. I had come back to my mother's house in Ashfield because she was gone, because the hospice bed had already been hauled away, because the real estate agent wanted the place decluttered before interior photos, and because my brother said he couldn't do it alone without turning every room into a dumpster. He was probably right. I was good at saving things. Too good. That was the flaw, if you want the honest version. I could not throw away a grocery list if the handwriting belonged to someone who had died. I kept scanned copies of tintypes from strangers, postcards from estate lots, a cracked ambrotype of a Civil War soldier whose name nobody had bothered to write down. Memory felt like a moral duty to me, which sounds noble until you realize it can rot into cowardice. I held on because letting go felt like doing the killing a second time. Behind me, the hallway floor creaked. "Please don't tell me that room is full of dolls," said Nora. Nora Vale, 31, female from Portland, Maine, stood at the top of the stairs with 2 contractor bags looped over her wrist and her dark hair shoved under a red socks cap she wore only when she didn't want to be looked at. She was my partner, though lately we had been using softer, vaguer words around other people. Together, seeing how it goes. Fine. We had driven down from our apartment in Somerville that morning in my Subaru, with coffee gone cold in the cup holders, and the kind of silence that is technically peaceful, but only because nobody wants to start the argument. "No dolls," I said. "Maybe ghosts of dolls." She gave me a look. "Kidding," I said. "Your mom did collect porcelain clowns, Eli. She collected one. She put it in the bathroom facing the toilet. She had a sense of humor. She had a threat display that got a breath out of me, almost a laugh. It felt strange in the hall, like making a joke at the edge of a grave." Nora stepped closer and wrinkled her nose. "What is that? You smell it too, like a wet coat and old pennies." "Old pennies? I don't know. Metal, chemicals, bad basement smell." The blue guest room had once been my mother's sewing room, then my grandmother's room when she moved in after her stroke, then a storage space nobody named because naming it would have meant dealing with it. The wallpaper was pale blue with little white flowers, peeling in strips near the window where the roof had leaked years ago. A single bare bulb hung from a cord in the center of the ceiling. When I pulled the cord, it flickered twice before holding a weak yellow glow that made the room seem less lit than bruised. Nora stepped in behind me, her boots crunching on something fine. "Mouse dirt," she said. "Probably plaster. Everything in this house is probably something worse than it looks." On the floor near the cedar chests, a box had collapsed inward, its cardboard gone soft from damp. On top were folded quilts, a stack of church bulletins tied with yarn, 3 framed needlepoints, and a black leather album the size of a family Bible. It sat slightly apart from the other things. That was all. A photo album, thick, scuffed, with brass corners turned green at the edges. The cover had warped enough that it didn't close flat. A brown ribbon, brittle and frayed, was still looped around it, but the knot had loosened. The click I'd heard might have been the cover shifting against the floor. Old houses make noise. Wet cardboard slumps. Wood expands. Gravity gets dramatic when nobody is watching. Nora crouched first. "Careful," I said automatically. She looked up. "I'm not going to lick it. I mean the pages. If it's 19th century, the albumin prints could be fragile. I know." Her voice softened. "I have heard you talk about dead people's paper before." I crouched beside her, my knees popping louder than I appreciated. The smell was stronger near the album. Not rotten, exactly. More like a trunk opened after a flood, with a burnt note underneath. I slipped my fingers under the cover and lifted. The first page held 4 cabinet cards in window mounts. Studio portraits. Men with heavy beards. Women in dark dresses buttoned to the throat. Their faces had that fixed expression old photographs force onto people. Not solemn because they were miserable, but because the exposure took too long and smiling was work. "Family?" Nora asked. "Maybe." I leaned closer. "Mercers, probably. Or Whitcombs from my mom's side. Anyone you recognize. That one has Uncle Ray's ears. Everyone in your family has those ears." From downstairs came a burst of laughter, then my brother's voice. "No, I'm serious. If you can sell that thing for $40, I'll carry it to your van myself." That was Owen Mercer, 35 male, from Greenfield, Massachusetts, though he told people he was from near Amherst, because it sounded less like he had never really left. Owen was a high school athletic director with a coach's whistle voice and the permanently irritated tenderness of someone who had done the practical caretaking, while everyone else sent supportive texts. He loved our mother in the least decorative way possible, refilling prescriptions, arguing with insurance, installing grab bars, pretending not to cry in the garage. He also wanted the house sold fast, not because he didn't care, because he cared and it had exhausted him. Estate saleswoman downstairs was Marjorie Klein, 64, female, from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, who had arrived in a quilted vest and pearl earrings with a clipboard hugged to her chest like a shield. She had a quick smile, sharp eyes, and the respectful ruthlessness of a person who had made a career out of deciding what grief was worth per item. "Eli," Owen shouted again, "if you're communing with wallpaper, wrap it up." Nora touched the edge of the album page. "This is beautiful. It's warped. It can be both." She always did that. Opened a window in my bad mood and made me resent the fresh air. I turned another page. More portraits. A little girl with one hand on a painted column. A young man in a union uniform. An older woman whose mouth looked like she'd been interrupted mid-complaint. Names were written under some of them in pencil, faded to a silver whisper. Silas Mercer, 1871. Mabel and Ruth, 1883. Jonathan, before fever. The handwriting looked like my mother S, but older. That was impossible in the boring way, not the eerie way. Families copy handwriting without meaning to. Children learn loops and slants from grocery lists on refrigerator doors. My mother had written like her mother, who had likely written like hers. Nothing mysterious, just muscle memory passed down through women who balanced checkbooks and birthday cards at kitchen tables. I turned the page again. A loose photograph slid out and landed face down on the floor. Nora flinched a little. "Sorry," I said, though I hadn't done anything. The rain tapped harder at the window. Somewhere in the wall, the pipe ticked again. 3 times, then stopped. I picked up the photograph by its edges. It was smaller than the others. A sepia print mounted on thin card, the corners rounded from handling. The image showed the front of this farmhouse, though not exactly as it was now. No power lines. No asphalt road. The big maple out front was thinner, maybe 20 years old instead of massive and half-rotted. The porch rail was different. 3 people stood on the front steps. A woman in a high-collared dress, a boy in a cap, and a man in shirt sleeves holding something long and pale across both hands. A piece of trim, maybe, or a bone. "Is that this house?" Nora asked. "Yeah, that's kind of cool." I should have smiled. This was exactly the kind of thing I loved. Proof of place. House holding its own face across centuries. I could scan it, enlarge it, compare the porch brackets, date the siding changes. I could make a project out of it, instead of thinking about my mother dying in the downstairs room where she used to fold laundry. But I kept looking at the left edge of the photograph. There was a 4th person there, barely in frame. A young man stood beside the maple, half turned away from the camera, one hand lifted as if he'd been caught telling someone not to take the picture yet. His clothes were wrong for the period at first glance, though not wildly wrong. Dark jacket, pale shirt, trousers muddy at the cuffs. His hair was too short at the sides. His posture was too casual. One shoulder higher than the other, the way mine sits when my back tightens after too many hours bent over a tablet. Nora went still beside me. "Eli," she said, "I know." "Is that?" "No." I said it too quickly. She didn't argue. Nora knew when I was putting a hand over a crack in the wall and calling it paint. The face wasn't clear. 19th century outdoor photographs often blur at the edges. The figure had moved during exposure, or the lens was soft, or the print had faded there from fingers touching it over and over. But the angle of the jaw was familiar, the set of the mouth, the ears Owen had just accused all of us of having. It looked like me. Not exactly. Enough. Could be an ancestor, Nora said. Yes. Strong genes. Yes. Or somebody stuck a newer picture in an old album. That's not how. I stopped. Maybe. I lifted the photo closer to the bulb, then lowered it, because old prints and heat are not friends. The card backing had foxing along the edges. The emulsion had yellowed evenly. No obvious cut lines. No digital artifacting, No printer dot pattern visible to the naked eye. It looked like an authentic cabinet-era print, or at least an old reproduction of one, which meant nothing yet. People made fake antiques. Families made jokes. My mother, in her healthier years, had been sentimental but not humorless. She once hid a plastic skeleton in the pantry for Owen after he refused to visit in October. He screamed so loudly the neighbor called to ask if he'd cut off a finger. "Maybe your mom did it," Nora said, reading my face. "Maybe, but she wouldn't damage an album. Not even for a joke. No." I said that with more certainty than I felt. Grief makes saints out of people before memory has a chance to object. My mother had been loving, stubborn, manipulative when frightened, generous when she had nothing, and capable of holding a grudge so long it became a family heirloom. She also knew I cared about old photographs. She knew I would notice. From downstairs, Owen called. "Marjorie says don't throw out any paper with handwriting." Marjorie's voice followed, faint and firm. Letters, diaries, ledgers, photographs. Especially photographs. Nora and I looked at each other. Then I tucked the loose photograph back onto the page where it had fallen from, though not into any mount. My fingers felt dusty. When I rubbed thumb against forefinger, a dark smudge came off, not black exactly, more brown-gray, with a faint metallic shine. Nora noticed. "Is that mold? Could be old adhesive. Wash your hands before you touch your face." "Yes, Mom, I'm serious." "I know." She stood and crossed to the window, partly to get air, partly because the room had become too small around us. The sash was painted shut. Rain trembled on the glass in tiny beads, each one catching the dim bulb and turning it into a smear. Outside, the yard sloped toward the stone wall and the bare trees beyond it. The old barn leaned at the far edge of the property, its roof patched with tin that pinged under the rain. I turned another page. A wedding portrait. A family lined up beside a wagon. Two girls holding a dead fox by its hind legs, proud as hunters. A baby in a christening gown with eyes blurred from movement. Normal old images. Strange only because everyone in them was gone. Then another page resisted my fingers, not stuck from moisture, tied. A narrow strip of cotton tape had been threaded through two cuts in the album board and knotted on the back side, holding several pages together. The knot was small and tight, browned with age. Nora came back. "What's that?" "Someone sealed pages." Why? Could be damaged, could be private, could be they didn't want loose photos falling out. "Can you open it?" "Yes." "Should you?" That was the question. It should have been nothing. A knot, paper. A family album in a room full of junk waiting to be priced by a woman with a clipboard. Downstairs, Owen wanted decisions. Keep, sell, donate, trash. The whole day had been built around reducing a life into piles. But that little tied section changed the weight of the album in my lap. My mother had known this was here. Maybe not recently, maybe not once the illness took her energy and then her words, but at some point she had known. The album hadn't been hidden in the attic under insulation. It was in the blue room, in one of the cedar chests, where she kept the things she meant to protect from moths and damp and careless suns. Nora lowered herself beside me again. "Eli, yeah, you're doing the thing." "What thing?" "The thing where your face goes blank because you think if you understand an object perfectly, You won't have to feel whatever it's attached to. I laughed once through my nose. That is offensively accurate. I've had practice. I'm fine. No, you're curious. Different problem. The floor creaked outside the room before I could answer. Owen appeared in the doorway, holding a chipped ceramic pitcher in one hand and a roll of painter's tape in the other. Owen Mercer, 35, male, my older brother, had our father's square shoulders and our mother's restless hands. He looked at the album, then at me, then at Nora, and his expression shifted from impatience to caution. "Oh," he said, "that one." I looked up slowly. "You've seen this? Mom showed it to me once." "When?" "I don't know, years ago." "What do you mean, that one?" Owen rubbed the back of his neck with the roll of tape. The sound was dry and scratchy. She was weird about it. Nora stayed quiet. Outside, the rain ran steadily through the gutter, a hollow pouring sound right beside the window. "Weird how?" I asked. "She said if we found it after she died, we should give it to you." Owen's mouth twisted. "Then she said no, actually, we should burn it." Then she cried. So I decided to pretend the conversation never happened. I stared at him. "You didn't tell me that. Eli, she said a lot of things near the end." "Was this near the end?" "No, that's what made it worse." The room seemed to press in around the bulb's weak circle of light. I became very aware of the cedar smell from the chests, the damp cardboard, the chemical tang under it all. Nora shifted beside me, her knee brushing mine. Owen set the pitcher down carefully on a stack of quilts, like sudden movements might offend the album. "There's a photo," Nora said, gentle but direct. "It looks like Eli." Owen's face tightened. So he knew. Not everything, maybe, but enough. "Show me," he said. I turned back to the farmhouse photograph and lifted it by the edges. Owen stepped in, wiping one palm against his jeans before taking it. For a second, his expression was almost bored, the practiced blankness of an older brother refusing to be impressed. Then his breathing changed. Just a small catch. He handed it back too fast. "Yeah, I hate that. You've seen this exact one." "I think so." "You think so?" Mom had copies. Or maybe there were others. Others of what? He looked toward the hall, then back at the album. People who looked like us. The words settled badly. Not ghostly, not impossible. Just ugly in the way family stories are ugly when you find out everyone knew part of them and still let you walk around ignorant. Nora folded her arms. Okay, that could still be normal. Families resemble each other. Old photos are fuzzy. Brains match patterns. "Thank you," Owen said. "That's what I told myself." "And then?" I asked. He didn't answer. Downstairs, Marjorie called up. "Everything all right?" Owen closed his eyes briefly. "Fine, we found some family photos." "Oh, wonderful," she said. "Don't separate them from the album." Her footsteps moved away across the first floor. I looked down at the tied pages. The cotton strip seemed tighter now, though that was ridiculous. It was a knot. It had no intention. It had only patience. "We should bring it downstairs," Nora said. "Better light. Gloves, maybe. A table that isn't mouse adjacent." "We should leave it," Owen said. I looked at him. "Mom wanted me to have it." "Mom also wanted it burned, according to you." His jaw worked. "Yeah, according to me." That landed harder than he meant it to. We had been doing that all day, throwing little stones because the big ones were too heavy to lift. Nora put a hand between us, not touching either one. "Nope, not in the haunted sewing room." "It's not haunted," Owen and I said together. She raised her eyebrows. I looked back at the album. The professional part of me wanted to document everything before moving it. Photograph each page, note order, bag loose prints, control humidity, avoid skin oils. The son in me wanted to cut the tape with my pocket knife and learn whatever my mother had been too frightened or too ashamed to say out loud. The brother in me saw Owen's face and understood, with a small, unwanted twist, that he had already carried some version of this alone. The rain softened. For a few seconds, the house made ordinary noises again. Water in gutters, wind under the eaves, Marjorie opening cabinets below. A truck passing on the road, tires hissing through wet leaves. Then, from inside the album, something slipped. A thin sound, paper against paper. The tied section loosened by a fraction, just enough for the edge of a hidden photograph to show between two sealed pages. On the exposed strip, in faded brown ink, someone had written a name. Not Sela's, not Jonathan, not any ancestor I knew. Elias Mercer, my full legal name, not Eli. Elias, the name my mother only used on tax forms, hospital paperwork, and the one voicemail she left me the week before she died, when she forgot she had already called and said, "Elias, honey, when you come home, don't go through the blue room by yourself." I had deleted that voicemail 2 days after the funeral because I couldn't stand hearing the oxygen machine behind her voice. Now the same name waited under a strip of cotton tape in a 19th century album that smelled like wet wool and ash. Owen whispered, "Put it back." Nora whispered, "Don't touch it anymore." I didn't move. The choice should have been simple. Close the album. Carry it downstairs. Ask Marjorie what she knew. Call a conservator. Take photographs in daylight. Behave like a reasonable adult in a damp room full of mold and grief. Instead, I sat on the floor with my dead mother's warning blooming late and useless in my head, my brother standing pale in the doorway, Nora's hand hovering near my sleeve, and the tied pages showing just enough of my name to make leaving feel like cowardice. Owen reached for the album. I pulled it back. Not far, just enough. "Eli," he said, "I need to know why she kept it." "No, you don't." But I did. That was the problem with people like me. Give us a sealed thing and a name in old ink, and we will mistake opening it for bravery. Nora looked from me to Owen, then toward the stairs where Marjorie moved around below us, humming softly to herself among my mother's dishes. "We either take it downstairs intact," she said, voice low and steady, "or we open it up here and accept that whatever's in there, we can't unsee it." The bulb flickered once overhead. Not off, just a brief dimming, enough to make every face in the room look older. I rested my thumb near the knot and listened to the rain ticking against the glass, waiting for one of us to be sensible. None of us was. Owen got sensible first, which made me hate him for about 3 seconds. He reached past me, closed the album with one firm palm, and said, "Nope, we're done." The leather cover gave a soft, damp clap. It should have ended there. Maybe in a normal family, it would have. The strange old thing goes into a plastic bin. The plastic bin goes into somebody's trunk, and everybody agrees to look at it later in daylight with coffee and gloves, and the ability to pretend they're all calm. but my thumb was still tingling from where I had almost touched the knot. "Move your hand," I said. "No, Owen, no, Eli, not this time." Nora stood between us before either of us decided to make grief physical. "Both of you stop. It's paper. You're acting like it has teeth." "It doesn't have teeth," Owen said. "It has Mom attached to it, which is worse." Downstairs, Marjorie called. "Everything okay up there?" "Fine," Nora answered, fast and bright. Too bright. "Just found some fragile stuff." A pause. Then Marjorie's footsteps moved toward the stairs. That was the first actual problem. Not the name. Not the photograph. A stranger with a clipboard coming up to inventory. The one thing my mother had apparently wanted both saved and destroyed. Owen heard it too. His face changed. "Put it in the chest," he said. "Why?" I asked. "Because if Marjorie sees it, she'll list it. She's not stealing family photos. You don't know her. She's downstairs pricing Mom's egg cups, not running a smuggling ring." Owen stepped closer. "You weren't here for the last 6 months, Eli. You don't know who came through this house. You don't know what Mom told people." The words hit exactly where he aimed them. Nora glanced at me. I looked away first. Marjorie Klein, 64, female, from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, appeared in the doorway with her clipboard tucked under one arm and a measuring tape clipped to her vest. Her smile came in trained and polite, but it thinned when she saw all three of us gathered around the closed album like kids around a broken window. "Oh," she said, "that's a nice one." I put one hand on the cover. Marjorie noticed. Of course she noticed. Estate sale people can spot possessiveness the way dogs smell lunch meat. "Family album?" she asked. "Looks like it," Nora said. Marjorie stepped in without waiting for permission. Not rudely, exactly, professionally. The room was full of items she had been invited to evaluate, and she carried that authority with her. "May I?" "No," Owen said, her eyebrows lifted. He softened his tone, but not much. "Sorry, no, it's personal." "Of course," Marjorie said. "I didn't mean to pry." But she was looking at the brass corners, at the warped spine, at the cotton tape peeking from the pages where Owen's closing hand hadn't quite hidden it. "Albums like that should be kept flat," she said, "and dry. This room is damp." "We're taking it," I said. "Good, you should." She glanced at the collapsed box. "Any letters with it?" "Not that we saw," Nora said. "Look carefully. Family photographs with names attached can matter, especially in this area. Old Ashfield families, abolitionist connections, town records, that sort of thing. People pay for provenance." Owen's mouth tightened. "We're not selling it." "I didn't say you were. You implied it." "I said people pay for provenance. That includes museums, historical societies, genealogists." She looked at me then, a little more gently. "Sometimes families are glad to know something has public value." Public. The word made my skin prickle in a way I could explain perfectly well. Public meant scanned, posted, shared in local history Facebook groups by retired men who watermarked other people's dead relatives. Public meant strangers enlarging a blurred face and saying, "Does anyone know who this resembles?" Public meant my face in a photograph where it should not be. Owen picked up the album. "We're taking a break." Marjorie watched him tuck it under his arm. "Careful with the spine." "I've got it." "I'm sure you do." It was nothing. A small exchange between an exhausted son and a woman doing her job. Still, I heard the edge in her voice. We went downstairs single file. The farmhouse seemed narrower now, every hallway crowded with boxes and decisions. On the landing wall hung the rectangle where my mother's mirror had been, the wallpaper darker around it from decades of sunlight. The stair treads dipped in the middle. Owen kept one hand on the rail and the other wrapped around the album like he expected someone to snatch it. The front parlor had become the sorting room. Marjorie had set up folding tables covered with painter's tape labels. Keep, sell, donate, trash, review. The review table was where objects went to suffer. My mother's wedding china, my father's old fishing lures, a cracked lamp shaped like a lighthouse, things with not enough monetary value to protect them and too much emotional static to discard. Owen set the album on the keep table. I moved it to review. He stared at me. Seriously, we need to document it. We need to not open it. You can leave the room. I lived here, Eli. So did I, not lately. Nora made a small sound, don't. But the sentence had already left him. It lay there between us, ugly and accurate. I had visited. I had called. I had sent money when hospice bills stacked up. Owen had changed sheets, cleaned vomit off the bathroom floor, learned the difference between panic breathing and bad breathing, and slept on the couch with one ear open. My private fear was not complicated. It was that absence had become my defining act as a son, that all my careful preserving was just a handsome disguise for arriving too late. So when Owen said not lately, I didn't defend myself. I picked up the album again. I'm going to scan the visible pages, I said. Then we'll decide what to do about the tied section. With what scanner? Owen asked. My portable one's in the car. You brought a scanner? Yes. Nora smiled without humor. He packs it like other people pack Advil. Owen looked toward the front window. Rain streaked the glass. Great, go get it. Then we leave. That would have been sensible. Then Marjorie came in from the kitchen holding her phone. I don't want to alarm anyone, she said, which is a phrase people use only when they are about to do exactly that. But there's water coming in near the breaker panel. For a second, nobody moved. Then Owen said, What? In the mudroom. The ceiling seam is dripping. It's landing close to the electrical panel. He was already walking. The mudroom had been added to the back of the farmhouse sometime in the 1970s and never properly loved. It smelled like old boots, motor oil, and cold air leaking around the door. The breaker panel sat on the far wall above a shelf of paint cans and gardening gloves. Above it, water had found a crack in the ceiling and was dripping steadily into a metal bucket Marjorie had apparently placed there. Ping, ping, ping. Not on the panel, near it. Close enough that my body understood the problem before my brain arranged the words. Owen swore. The roof patch. I thought you fixed that, I said. I did fix it. Temporarily. In April. It's October. Thank you, calendar. Nora shone her phone light upward. The drywall had darkened in an irregular stain, wider than my palm, and a thin line of water was crawling along a seam toward the wall above the breaker box. This house is still insured, she asked. Yes, Owen said. Until closing. If we ever get to closing. Marjorie stepped back. I have to tell you, I can't keep my staff here if there's an electrical hazard. What staff? Owen snapped. My nephew is on his way with the truck. 2 volunteers from the church are coming at 4 to help move furniture. I'll need to postpone them if the power isn't safe. I checked my phone. 3:18 p.m. The rain kept hitting the mudroom roof in fast little rattles. There was the time-sensitive problem, ordinary and stupid and dangerous. Water near electricity. A sale scheduled for the next morning. People due within the hour. A house full of paper, wood, old fabric, and extension cords Marjorie had run for lamps she wanted to test. We either shut off the power and work in a dark, wet farmhouse before dusk, or keep it on and risk a shock, maybe a fire. Owen opened the panel door. "Don't touch it," Nora said. "I know not to touch it." "You say that while touching things all the time." He shot her a look, but he took his hand back. Marjorie said, "I can call my electrician." "How fast?" Owen asked. "She's in Pittsfield, maybe 40 minutes if she answers." "In this rain?" Nora asked. "Maybe an hour." Owen looked at me. "Go get your scanner and the flashlights from your car. We're killing power." "Now?" "No, next Thursday." "Yes, now. I need the Wi-Fi for uploading scans." Owen stared at me as if I had slapped him. I heard myself and hated myself almost instantly. The problem was Wi-Fi. The problem was that once the power went off, the house would become a different place. Dimmer, harder to control. The album would go back to being only paper and guesswork, and I would have to wait, and waiting had never felt like my best subject. Nora saw it. She always saw too much. "Eli," she said quietly, "the scans can wait 10 minutes. But 10 minutes had become a trap in my head. My mother waited to tell me things until she couldn't. Owen waited to mention the album until I found it. I had waited to come home more often because work was busy, because Nora and I were fighting, because hospitals made me feel 12 years old and useless. Waiting was how things disappeared. "I'll get the scanner," I said. "And flashlights," Owen said. "And gloves," Marjorie added. "If you have cotton or nitrile, use nitrile. Cotton catches on damaged paper." I turned to her. She met my look calmly. "You know a lot about photographs," I said. "I handle estates in New England. Old photographs happen. Albums tied shut with names inside. The mudroom went quiet except for the pinging bucket. Marjorie's expression did not change much. That was what made it worse. If she had laughed or frowned or asked what I meant, I might have relaxed. Instead, her hand tightened slightly around her phone. "I don't know what you found," she said. Owen stepped between us. "Nobody found anything." "That was a mistake." Marjorie looked at him. "All right." People say all right when things are not. I went out through the back door into rain that soaked my hair flat in 10 seconds. The yard had turned slick, fallen maple leaves pasted to the grass like wet paper. My Subaru sat near the barn because the driveway was crowded with Marjorie's van and Owen's truck. I jogged with my shoulders hunched, shoes sliding on mud, and heard the barn roof ticking under the downpour. Halfway to the car, I saw fresh tire tracks near the barn. Not Owen's. His truck had chunky tires, wide tread. These were narrower, looping close to the barn doors and back toward the stone wall where the old farm track disappeared into trees. Could have been Marjorie's nephew earlier. Could have been a delivery driver. Could have been old tracks filled with new rain. I told myself all three things while unlocking the Subaru. Inside, the car smelled like coffee, damp wool from my jacket, and the stale mint gum Nora kept in the door. My portable scanner case was behind the passenger seat. Flashlights were in the emergency bin under the cargo mat. When I lifted it, I noticed the mat was damp. Not soaked. Damp. The hatch hadn't sealed right again. Another stupid, ordinary problem. Water had seeped in around the weather stripping and collected near the bin. My gloves were wet. The scanner case had a darkened corner. "No," I said aloud. I unzipped it with wet fingers. The scanner was dry inside its sleeve, thank God, but the battery indicator flashed red when I pressed the test button. I had forgotten to charge it. Of course I had, because I packed the scanner like a talisman, not a tool. Because owning a thing that could preserve the truth was not the same as being ready to use it. I grabbed the flashlights, the scanner anyway, and a half-used packet of nitrile gloves from the glove compartment. As I shut the hatch, I looked again toward the barn. The side door was open, only a few inches. It hadn't been open when we arrived. I knew because I had parked facing it and noticed the rusted hasp hanging shut. My mother used to keep gardening tools in there, then boxes from my father's contracting jobs, then nothing anyone admitted to owning. Owen had said the barn was unsafe and we'd deal with it last. The open door tapped once in the wind. A soft wooden knock. I stood in the rain, breathing through my mouth. Then my phone buzzed. "Nora, bring towels too. Leak is worse." I typed back with wet thumbs. Barn door open. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared, then, "Come inside first." That was Nora, practical even in alarm. Prioritize the known hazard. Water near electricity beats creepy barn every time. I grabbed 2 old towels from the back seat and ran. By the time I got inside, the mudroom had changed from concern to emergency. The drip had become a thread. Water ran down the wall in 2 shining lines, one of them close enough to the breaker panel that Owen had put a plastic storage lid over the top, like a pathetic little roof. "Bad idea," Nora said. "It's not touching wires," Owen said. "You can't see what it's touching behind the wall." Marjorie stood in the doorway, phone to her ear. "Yes, hi, this is Marjorie Klein. I'm at the Mercer property on Baptist Corner Road. We have active water intrusion near an electrical panel and need advice or service as soon as possible." She listened. Her face tightened. "How long?" she asked. Owen looked at me. "Flashlights," I handed them over. "What about the scanner? Battery's low." He laughed once. "No humor, perfect. We can use phones." "No, we're shutting everything down and leaving." "Leaving," I said. "Yes." "What about the album? We take it." "What about the house?" "We call the electrician, maybe the fire department non-emergency line if they tell us to, and we come back when it's safe." He was right. I knew he was right. And then Marjorie said, 3 hours. We all looked at her. She held up one finger, still listening. "No, I understand roads are bad. Yes, I'll tell them." She ended the call. "My electrician is tied up with a transformer issue in Buckland," she said. "She can talk us through shutting off the main if it's safe, but she can't come until evening." Owen nodded. "Fine, we shut off main. We leave." Marjorie hesitated. "There's also the matter of the sale." Owen turned on her. "I don't care about the sale." "I understand that emotionally." "No, you don't." She took that without blinking. Contractually, I have staff and buyers scheduled, advertisements posted, and items already tagged. If we cancel this late, there are fees. Charge me. It may affect the estate proceeds. Charge me. I should have backed him up. Instead, I looked toward the parlor where the album sat on the review table, closed and waiting. What if someone comes while we're gone? I asked. Owen frowned. What? For the sale? Early buyers, pickers. People do that. Marjorie looked uncomfortable. Sometimes. Is the front door locked? Nora said. Eli. What? We have a leak by the electrical panel. And a family album with my name inside that Mom wanted burned. Owen pointed at me. That right, there is why we're leaving. You can't think straight around this stuff. Maybe I'd think straighter if you told me things when they happened. Maybe I would have if you answered your phone more when Mom was alive. There it was again. A bigger stone this time. Nora's face closed. Marjorie looked down at her clipboard, suddenly fascinated by blank paper. The bucket pinged and pinged and pinged, the sound maddeningly patient. I wanted to say something cruel back. Something about Owen needing control so badly, he would rather burn evidence than admit he was scared. Something about how martyrdom had become his personality. I had a whole drawer of knives ready. Instead, I said, "The barn door is open." Owen froze. What? The side door. It was shut when we got here. It's open now. Marjorie looked toward the back door. Nora said, "Could the wind have?" "No," Owen said. The way he said it made the hair on my arms lift. Not fear of ghosts, fear of trespassers, fear of a practical thing with hands and timing. Why no? I asked. I put a padlock on it last month. Then maybe it broke. Maybe, but he didn't believe it. The house seemed to rearrange itself around that fact. The leak was still urgent, the power still unsafe, but now the outside had a human shape to it. Fresh tire tracks. Open barn door. An album Marjorie had looked at too closely. A house advertised for an estate sale, which meant the address was public, the contents described, the death recent, the family distracted. Nora locked the back door. The bolt slid with a heavy clack. "Call the police," she asked. Owen said, "For an open barn, for a possible trespasser during an estate cleanout." "Yes," Marjorie nodded. "That's not unreasonable." Owen pulled out his phone, then swore. No service. I checked mine. One bar flickering. The old farmhouse had always eaten signal, and the rain wasn't helping. "Landline?" Nora asked. "Disconnected after Mom died," Owen said. "A procedural failure. Simple, modern, ridiculous. 4 adults in a house with water near the breakers, bad cell reception, and maybe someone in the barn." Marjorie held up her phone. "I had service in the kitchen by the east window." "Call from there," Nora said. "Non-emergency unless you see someone." Owen grabbed the album from the parlor table before we moved. "This comes with us." "For once, agreed," I said. We went to the kitchen together because nobody wanted to split up and nobody wanted to say that. The kitchen was the brightest room in the house, though bright was generous. Gray daylight lay flat across the worn linoleum. My mother's rooster clock still hung above the stove, stopped at 11:42 because nobody had changed the battery. The sink smelled faintly of bleach. Rain tapped the window over the breakfast nook where she used to sit with pill bottles lined up beside tea. Marjorie stood by the east window, phone raised. "I have 2 bars. she dialed. Owen set the album on the kitchen table, but kept one hand on it. I looked at the tied pages. The cotton strip was still visible. Nora caught me looking. Do not. I'm not. You are in your head. The call connected. Marjorie gave the address, described the open barn, the possible trespass, the electrical concern. She listened, then said, "Yes, we can wait inside." "No, we haven't seen a person." "Yes, there are 4 of us." Owen whispered, "Ask how long." Marjorie did, her mouth flattened. "Understood." She hung up. "They'll send someone when available. Whether related calls are backed up, could be over an hour." Owen shut his eyes. Nora said, "Then we shut off the power and sit in the car." "And leave the house unlocked with a possible trespasser?" I asked. "We lock it." "What if the leak gets worse?" "That's why we shut off power." "What if there's already someone inside?" That stopped everyone. It had sounded paranoid until I said it in the kitchen, beside the stopped clock, with a public estate sale sign out front and a barn door open in the rain. Owen picked up one of the flashlights. "I'll check the first floor." "No," Nora said immediately. "I'm not going outside. You're not sweeping the house like a cop in a movie. I know this house. That doesn't make you bulletproof." Marjorie said quietly, "Most estate sale theft is opportunistic. People look for jewelry, coins, small antiques. They avoid confrontation." "Most," I said. She didn't argue. Then a sound came from above us. Not the settling click from earlier. A clear thud, one impact, directly overhead. The kitchen ceiling was below the blue room. Owen's hand tightened on the flashlight. Nora whispered, "Tell me that was the roof." Another thud followed. Then a dragging sound, slow and heavy, moving across the ceiling from left to right. The album sat on the table between us. Closed. The tied section hidden. The rain kept tapping the window, gentle as fingertips. Marjorie's phone lost service. I saw the bars vanish from the corner of her screen. Owen looked at the breaker panel direction, then at the stairs, then at the album. Every option was bad. Leave, and maybe someone upstairs got time alone with the house. Stay, and the leak crept closer to the panel. Shut off power, and we lost light before searching. Go upstairs, and we walked toward whoever, or whatever ordinary human problem was moving above us. Nora picked up the second flashlight and handed it to me. Her voice shook only a little. "We call again from outside," she said. "Then we check if someone is in the house. Together. Fast." Owen said, "And the album?" I looked at it, at the warped leather and green brass corners, at the thing my mother had kept and feared. "We take it with us," I said, so I tucked it under my arm. The ceiling groaned softly above our heads, and then the lights went out. When the lights went out, nobody screamed. That made it worse. There was just the hard click of the house losing itself, the refrigerator sighing down, the old furnace blower cutting off mid-breath, and then the rain swelling into the space where electricity had been. It pattered on every side of the farmhouse, roof, windows, mudroom addition, porch roof, barn tin. 100 small fingers tapping to be let in. For half a second, we all stood in the kitchen without moving. Then Nora's flashlight came on. The beam hit the ceiling first, where the stain from the upstairs plumbing had been years ago, then swept down across Owen's face. He looked older in that light. Not ghost old, just tired old. kind of tired that makes the skin under your eyes look bruised. Breaker? Nora asked. Could have tripped, Owen said. Or the whole road lost power, Marjorie said, lifting her phone to the window again. I still don't have service. The album felt heavier under my arm than it had any right to feel. Above us, the dragging sound stopped. That was the first small mercy, or it should have been. Owen clicked on his flashlight and aimed it toward the hallway. We check the mudroom first. If the panel's wet, we don't touch anything. And if someone's upstairs, I asked, then they can enjoy the dark for 2 more minutes. Nora looked at me. Album stays with us. I know. You say that like you're agreeing, but you're holding it like you're about to run off and marry it. I'm not going anywhere. That was almost true. The farmhouse layout mattered now in a way it never had when I was a kid. The kitchen sat at the back right corner of the first floor, with the mudroom attached behind it. From the kitchen, one doorway led left into the dining room, which opened into the front parlor. Another doorway led straight into the narrow central hall, where the stairs rose to the second floor. The blue room was upstairs over the kitchen and part of the dining room. The barn was outside to the left, beyond the muddy yard and the sagging stone wall. The driveway curved around front, where Marjorie's van, Owen's truck, and my Subaru boxed one another in like we had staged our own trap. We moved to the mudroom in a line. Owen first, Nora behind him, Marjorie with her phone raised uselessly, me last with the album pinned under one elbow and a flashlight in my other hand. The bucket was no longer pinging. It was splashing. Water had begun missing the bucket entirely, running down the wall in slick threads. One line had reached the metal face of the breaker panel. Back up, Nora said. Owen stopped so abruptly I bumped his shoulder. Damn it, he whispered. Do not touch it, she said. I'm not touching it. No, you're thinking about touching it. I'm thinking about how this house waits until Mom dies to finish killing itself. Marjorie crouched near the shelf under the panel, careful to keep her hands away. There may be an exterior shutoff by the meter, Owen nodded. East wall, outside near the oil tank. In this rain, I said, we need the power off if it isn't already fully off. The lights are out. Circuits can still be live, Nora said. Don't assume. That was our first attempt at solving the problem. Shut the power down from outside, make the house safe, then leave with the album and call again from the road. Simple plan. Simple plans love old houses. Owen took the heavier flashlight and a rain jacket from a peg by the back door. Nora tried to go with him, but he shook his head. It's one switch. It's wet and dark and you're angry, she said. Those aren't disabilities. They're how people end up in urgent care. I'm going, I said. Owen looked at the album under my arm. No, I'll put it in a bag. No, Marjorie stepped toward the kitchen. There are trash bags under the sink. Nora stared at her. Why do you know that? I've been working here for 5 hours. It sounded reasonable. Everything sounded reasonable if you gave it 1 second too many. I wrapped the album in a clean black contractor bag and tucked it inside my jacket against my ribs. The plastic crinkled loudly in the dark kitchen, an ugly modern sound around something that had survived longer than all of us. Nora held the flashlight while I zipped my jacket halfway. Don't drop it, she said. I won't. I meant yourself. Outside, the rain had turned colder. It blew under the hood of Owen's jacket and ran down my neck immediately. The flashlight beam bounced over wet grass, flattened leaves, and the uneven flagstones beside the mudroom. The exterior meter was on the east wall, past the old oil tank, where the ground sloped toward a shallow drainage ditch full of brown water. The farmhouse behind us was mostly dark now, except for the pale rectangles of windows catching the stormy sky. The barn door was still open. I tried not to look at it. Owen reached the meter first. "Hold the light." I held it. The main disconnect box was mounted below the meter, gray metal streaked with rust. Owen wiped rain from the label with his sleeve. "Is it safe?" I asked. "How would I know?" "That's comforting." He looked at the latch, then at the muddy ground. "I don't like this, so don't. We need it off." "You just said you don't know if it's safe." "Because I'm not an electrician, Eli. I'm a guy who has spent 8 years fixing things in this house because calling someone every time would have bankrupted Mom." That shut me up. He reached for the latch with 2 fingers, then stopped before touching it. A thin blue-white flash pulsed from somewhere down the road. Both of us flinched. A second later came a deep pop, softened by rain and distance. Transformer, maybe. A branch. Something electrical giving up. Owen backed away from the disconnect box. "Nope. Good. We're not touching it." So the first attempt failed. We had learned only enough to be more afraid. There had been electrical trouble outside too, probably weather-related, which meant the outage might not have made the house safe at all. On the way back, my shoes slid in the mud near the oil tank. I caught myself against Owen's shoulder and felt the album shift under my jacket. My ribs clenched around it. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah, you almost ate it." I said I'm okay. But I had twisted my ankle just enough for pain to bloom when I put weight on it. Not dramatic, not broken. A hot, immediate warning in the joint that said every hurried step from now on would cost something. We got back inside soaked and breathing hard. Nora took one look at my limp and said, "Of course. It's fine. Your fine has a body count." Marjorie had found a plastic tote and was moving paper items off the parlor tables away from the mudroom wall. Her phone sat by the east kitchen window, angled against a mug, searching for service like a little shrine. "We need to leave," she said. "You get through?" Owen asked. "No, but if the transformer blew, emergency services already know there's an outage." "That doesn't help with trespass." "No." Above us, the house made another sound. This time it wasn't a thud. It was a cough, a wet, ugly cough from upstairs. Nora's flashlight jumped. Owen whispered, "Someone's up there." Marjorie took a step back from the hall. My first thought was not brave. It was not even useful. My first thought was, they're near the blue room. The second attempt began there. Check upstairs together, fast, while staying between any intruder and the exits. We armed ourselves badly, because normal people do not have heroic weapons ready at estate cleanouts. Owen took an aluminum maglite. Nora took the wooden handle from a broken mop. Marjorie picked up a cast iron doorstop shaped like a rabbit, then looked embarrassed and kept it anyway. I had the flashlight and the album under my jacket. "Call out first," Nora said. "And warn them?" Owen asked. "Yes, because a scared person hiding in a house is less dangerous if they know we're not sneaking up like idiots." She lifted her voice toward the stairs. "Hello, this is private property. We've called the police. If someone is in the house, come down slowly with your hands visible." The rain answered. Then another cough, closer to the top of the stairs. Owen started up. "Owen," I hissed. He didn't stop, so we followed. The stairs climbed from the central hall to a narrow landing. At the top, the hallway ran front to back. To the right was my mother's old bedroom and the small bathroom. To the left were the blue room, a linen closet, and the back bedroom where Owen and I used to sleep when relatives visited. The ceiling was low enough that Owen had to duck near the light fixture. Nora's beams swept the floor. Wet footprints marked the runner. Not old stains, not our tracks. These were fresh, muddy, and narrow, leading from the top of the stairs toward the blue room. Marjorie whispered, "Oh my God." Owen lifted the maglite higher. "Hey, we know you're here." A crash came from the blue room, not a ghost crash, a person crash. Something wooden knocked over, followed by a muffled curse. Male, young, terrified, Owen ran. That was the misstep. Nora said his name, but he was already down the hall. I limped after him, pain flaring in my ankle with every step. The album slapped lightly against my ribs under the jacket. Marjorie stayed on the landing, breathing fast. Owen hit the blue room doorway and stopped so suddenly I nearly collided with him. Inside, a figure crouched by the cedar chest. For 1 second, in the broken flashlight beams and rain-dark window light, he looked wrong enough to make my mind reach for old photographs. A pale face, dark coat, muddy cuffs. One hand lifted near his cheek. Then he sneezed, a real, miserable, allergic sneeze. "Don't hit me," he shouted. He was a teenager. 17, maybe 18. White, skinny, soaked through, with acne along his jaw, and a black hoodie under a thrift store wool coat that was 3 sizes too big. He had a knit cap pulled low, and one gloved hand wrapped around a small flashlight. His other hand held a crowbar. Owen raised the maglite. "Drop it." The kid dropped the crowbar immediately. It hit the floor with a heavy clank. "I wasn't stealing," he said. "Then, why are you holding a crowbar in my dead mother's house?" "I thought nobody was here." "That's not an answer." Nora stepped into the room behind us, mop handle low but ready. "Name." "What? Your name?" "Caleb. Caleb Rusk, 18 male, from North Adams, Massachusetts." Was not introduced to us so much as cornered into existing. He looked like a kid who had practiced being hard in mirrors, and then discovered actual fear, had no respect for rehearsal. His eyes kept bouncing from Owen's flashlight to my jacket to the cedar chest behind him. Rainwater dripped from his coat onto the floorboards. "Caleb what?" Nora asked. "Rusk." "Why are you here, Caleb Rusk?" He swallowed. "I came for something." Owen moved half a step forward. Caleb backed into the chest. "Not money, not jewelry, I swear. The album," I asked. His eyes flicked to me. There it was, a fact revealed, and the trap tightened. Owen turned his head slowly toward me. "He knows about the album." Caleb shook his head. "Not like that. I was supposed to look for a black book. Leather, brass corners." "Supposed by who?" Nora asked. He said nothing. Owen took another step. Nora snapped, "Owen, don't crowd him. He broke into our house. He's 18 and holding a flashlight like he's about to cry." "I am not," Caleb said, and then immediately looked like he might. The room smelled stronger than before. Wet wool, ash, chemical bite. Part of that was Caleb's coat. Real wool, soaked and old, steaming faintly in the cold room. But not all of it. The cedar chest behind him was open now. Inside were stacks of papers wrapped in oilcloth. Caleb had been going through them. "What did you touch?" I asked. He looked confused. What did you touch?" "I don't know, papers." There was supposed to be what? His mouth shut. Then came pounding from downstairs. 3 hard knocks on the front door. Everyone froze. For 1 sharp second, the misdirection worked completely. My brain stitched together intruders, police, old names, the open barn, and the boy in the blue room. Caleb's face went slack with panic. "They followed me," he whispered. Owen grabbed him by the coat front. "Who?" The pounding came again. Then Marjorie shouted from the landing, voice strained with relief and annoyance. "It's my nephew." We all breathed at once badly. The terror had an ordinary face. Marjorie's nephew, here with the truck, arriving despite her canceled instructions, because his aunt's text had gone through before the signal died. Human, explainable, still inconvenient. That was the moment Caleb bolted. Not toward the hall, toward the window. "Hey," Nora shouted. Caleb shoved past the fallen bed frame, slipped on a loose church bulletin, and slammed shoulder first into the stuck sash. It didn't open. Of course it didn't. It was painted shut and probably swollen from rain. He bounced back with a cry, clutching his arm. Owen tackled him low. Both of them hit the floor hard enough that dust puffed from the rug. "Owen," I yelled. Caleb kicked. Owen swore. Nora dropped the mop handle and grabbed Caleb's wrist before his hand could find the crowbar again. I moved in to help, and my bad ankle folded under me. Pain went bright and white. I hit one knee, catching myself with my free hand. The album slammed against my ribs. Something inside it shifted. A paper edge sliced through the torn contractor bag and slid against my shirt. For half a second, all I could think about was not Caleb, not the leak, not the power, but whether I had damaged the album. That scared me more than it should have, because Owen was right. I couldn't think straight around this stuff. "Eli," Nora shouted, "I'm okay." "Stop saying that." Between them, Owen and Nora got Caleb face down enough to keep him from running without hurting him badly. He had a bloody nose from the fall. Owen's lip was split. Nora's forearm had a red scrape where Caleb's zipper caught her skin. Downstairs, Marjorie was yelling to someone at the front door not to come in. Then another sound rolled through the house. A crack, deep, structural, from the mudroom. The ceiling below the leak had given way. We heard it collapse in stages, plaster tearing, wood snapping, water dumping onto the floor and shelf, and maybe the breaker panel. A flash lit the hallway from below, brief and blue. Then came the sharp stink of hot plastic. "Out," Nora said. Nobody argued. That was the second failed attempt. We had found the intruder, but not secured the house. We had learned he had been sent for the album, but not by whom. And now, the electrical hazard had escalated from concerning to immediate. Owen hauled Caleb up by the back of his coat. "Move." "My arm," Caleb gasped. "Walk." We started down the hall toward the stairs. Owen dragging Caleb, Nora behind them, me limping with the album, Marjorie calling from below. "Don't use the mudroom. Smoke." At the landing, my flashlight caught something on the runner. A photograph. It must have fallen from Caleb's coat during the struggle. Not old. A modern printout, folded twice and damp around the edges. I picked it up because I was still myself, unfortunately. The image showed our farmhouse from the road, taken recently. Estate sale sign in the yard. A red circle marked the upstairs blue room window. On the back, in block letters, someone had written, "Album in blue room. Take PAGS only if whole book too hard." Below that was a phone number with the last 4 digits smeared by rain. My stomach tightened. This was not a kid guessing. Someone knew exactly where to send him. And then, from downstairs, Marjorie screamed. We rushed down as fast as my ankle allowed. Smoke crawled from the mudroom doorway, thin but ugly, carrying that hot chemical smell. Not a huge fire yet. Maybe wiring insulation. Maybe something on the shelf. Enough to make eyes water. Marjorie stood in the front hall with her nephew, who had kicked the front door open and was waving Rain in with him. Her nephew, Ryan Klein, 26, male, from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, wore a soaked Carhartt jacket and a baseball cap darkened by rain. He looked from Caleb's bloody face to Owen's split lip to the smoke and said, "What the hell is going on?" "Everyone out front," Nora said. Now, I looked toward the parlor. The review table had shifted when someone brushed it earlier. Papers were scattered. My mother's wedding china sat in stacked newspaper. The open path to the front door was narrow, crowded with boxes. Behind us, something popped in the mudroom. Ryan said, "Go," we moved. Almost. Caleb twisted suddenly, wild with fear, and slammed backward into Owen. Owen lost his grip. Caleb ran for the dining room instead of the front door. "Caleb," Nora yelled. He didn't listen. He went straight for the kitchen, straight toward the smoke. "He's going for the back door," Ryan shouted. "The mudroom's not safe," Marjorie cried. Owen started after him. Nora caught his sleeve. "No, he'll die in there. He chose that." That was the cruelest thing I had heard from her, and the most frightened. I shoved the album at Nora. She took it automatically. "What are you, Eli?" "No," I limped after Caleb. Not bravery, not really. I had seen the printout. I knew if he got away, the person who sent him stayed faceless. The album stayed a magnet. My mother's warning stayed locked in a room with no witnesses. Also, he was 18. The kitchen was already smoky when I reached it, enough to scratch my throat. Caleb had made it to the back door, but was fumbling with the deadbolt Nora had thrown earlier. Panic made his hands stupid. "Stop," I shouted, coughing. He looked at me over his shoulder. His nose bled down to his chin. "I can't be here when they come." "Who?" He shook his head. "Who sent you?" "I don't know her name." "Her." Another fact. Behind me, Nora yelled, "Eli, get out." Caleb got the deadbolt open. Before he could pull the door, the mudroom ceiling gave another groan. Water spilled through the open doorway, splattering the floor. Smoke thickened, and somewhere inside the wall, electricity snapped like a handful of dry twigs. Caleb froze. I grabbed the back of his coat and yanked him away from the mudroom. He fought me for 1 second, then saw what I saw. A small orange flicker low on the shelf beneath the breaker panel, licking at a cardboard box of old paint rags. Real fire, small, growing. We stumbled backward together. My ankle buckled. Caleb caught me under one arm without thinking, and for one ridiculous second, we were holding each other upright like friends leaving a bar. Then Ryan appeared behind us with a fire extinguisher from the front hall. "Move." He shoved past, pulled the pin, and blasted white powder toward the mudroom shelf. The kitchen vanished in a bitter cloud. I coughed so hard my ribs hurt. Caleb gagged. Ryan swore and kept spraying until the orange flicker disappeared. Partial success. Not safe, not fixed, but not burning. Then the extinguisher ran out. The powder drifted down over the floor, the counters, the doorway, our shoes. The smell of hot plastic remained. "Out," Ryan said, coughing. "Now means now." We retreated to the front hall. Rain blew through the open front door. Nora had the album clutched against her chest, still in the torn plastic bag. Owen held one hand to his bleeding lip. Marjorie was on her phone outside on the porch, finally with service, speaking fast to emergency dispatch. Electrical fire, possibly contained, but active water intrusion, old farmhouse, 6 people present, 1 minor injury, no, maybe several. Caleb sank onto the bottom stair, shaking. Owen pointed at him. "He stays." Caleb laughed once, high and broken. "You don't get it. Then explain." "She said the album was stolen from her family." "Who?" I asked. He looked at me then, really looked, and his expression folded into something worse than fear. "She said if the wrong Mercer opened the tied pages, people would come looking. Not cops, collectors." "Collectors of what?" Nora asked. He wiped blood from his mouth with his sleeve. "Names, proof. I don't know. She paid me $200 and said nobody would be here." Ryan, still coughing, said, "That is the dumbest crime I've ever heard." Marjorie came back through the doorway, rain on her glasses. "Fire Department S on the way. Sheriff too. They said to evacuate to the vehicles and stay clear of the panel." "Good," Nora said. "Everyone to the cars." We stepped onto the porch and stopped. The driveway had become a shallow stream of mud and runoff. My Subaru sat closest to the barn. Owen's truck was behind it. Marjorie's van blocked the curve near the road. Ryan's truck was at the mouth of the driveway. But a large maple limb had come down across the drive sometime during the chaos, thick as a telephone pole, leaves thrashing in the rain. It had crushed part of Marjorie's van hood and pinned the driveway between the stone wall and the ditch. No one was driving out. Beyond it, down the road, blue emergency lights flickered faintly through sheets of rain, but did not approach. Another tree or wire must have been down between us and them. Point of no return does not always announce itself with a gun or a locked door. Sometimes it is a wet tree limb, a smoking breaker panel behind you, a frightened burglar on your stairs, and an old album pressed against your partner's chest, while the only road out turns into a blocked artery. Behind us, from somewhere inside the dark house, something heavy fell again. Not upstairs this time. In the parlor, where the keep and review table stood, where we had left every other box from the cedar chest. Owen looked at me. Nora looked at the album. Caleb whispered, "She's here." And this time, nobody had a sensible plan left. The sound from the parlor came again, a low scrape, then a crash of glass, not a window breaking. Smaller, china maybe, my mother's wedding plates. the ones she had wrapped in newspaper every time we moved them from one cabinet to another, and never once used for dinner. Owen was the first off the porch. "Wait," Nora snapped. He didn't. Rain hammered his shoulders as he crossed the threshold back into the dark front hall with the maglite raised. His lip was still bleeding. The beam shook more than he wanted it to. I went after him because I was still making bad choices, and because I knew exactly what was in the parlor. The cedar chest papers, the review table, my mother's life sorted into piles by strangers. Nora caught my sleeve with one hand, the album clutched under her other arm. "Eli, I know you don't." Her face was wet with rain and powder from the extinguisher. Her forearm was scraped. She looked furious and scared and exhausted with me in a way I had earned. "I'm not opening it," I said. "That's not the only stupid thing available." Behind her, Caleb sat hunched on the porch step, one hand pinching his bloody nose. Ryan stood near the doorway with the dead extinguisher held like a club. Marjorie was on the phone again, trying to explain to dispatch that yes, we were outside mostly, but there might be another person inside, and no, the fire was not fully confirmed out, and yes, the driveway was blocked. Then a woman's voice called from the parlor. Elias Mercer, not loud, not theatrical. She said my name the way a receptionist says it in a waiting room. That was worse. Owen stopped halfway down the hall. I heard his breath. Nora swore softly. No, the house smelled of smoke, wet plaster, and old wood. The hot plastic stench from the mudroom still scratched the back of my throat. Rain blew through the open front door behind us, turning the hall floor slick. Every flashlight beam seemed too narrow, cutting the dark into strips instead of clearing it. "Who are you?" Owen called. "I'm not here for anything else," the woman answered. "Just the pages." Marjorie stepped inside behind Nora, phone held away from her mouth. Sheriff's still blocked by the downed limb. "Fire crew is coming on foot from the road if the wire is clear." "How far?" Nora asked. "Quarter mile, maybe more." The woman in the parlor said, "You don't have that long." Ryan muttered, "That's not creepy at all." Caleb made a small sound from the porch. "That's her." Owen turned on him. "Name?" "I don't know." "Name?" Caleb shook his head hard. "She used cash. She said her name was Helen, but I don't know if that's real." In the parlor, something slid across a tabletop. "Elias," the woman called. "Your mother understood eventually. She didn't make peace with it, but she understood." My hand went cold around the flashlight, not from fear exactly, but from the shock of hearing my mother turned into leverage. "Don't talk about her," Owen said. The woman laughed once, quietly. "You're Owen. You're the angry one." He moved before anyone could stop him. "Owen," I shouted. He entered the parlor with the maglite high. A flash popped, not a gunshot. Camera flash. Owen reeled back with a shout, blinded. The woman came out of the parlor fast and hit him with something metal. The sound was terrible, dull, wet, human. He dropped to one knee. Nora pushed the album into my arms and ran forward with the mop handle. Everything broke into pieces after that. Light, rain, feet, breathing. The woman lunged at Nora. Nora swung. The mop handle cracked against the doorframe instead of the woman's arm, splintering near the end. The woman grabbed Nora's jacket and shoved her sideways into the hall table. The stopped rooster clock fell off the stack there and burst open on the floor, plastic gears scattering over the runner. Ryan barreled past me. "Hey," the woman turned, and my flashlight finally caught her clearly. She was maybe in her late 50s, female, white, with gray hair tucked under a waxed canvas hat, and a face so ordinary it almost didn't fit the moment. She could have been a librarian, a town clerk, someone who corrected spelling on historical plaques. Her raincoat was dark green. Her gloves were nitrile blue. In one hand, she held a short pry bar. In the other, a phone with a camera app open. Helen, or whatever her name was, had not come dressed like a monster. She had come dressed like a person who had done research. "Give me the Tide pages," she said. Nora groaned from the floor. Owen was trying to stand and failing. Blood ran from a cut near his temple, down the side of his face into his collar. Ryan stepped between her and us. "Lady, police are coming." "So are reporters, if you let this burn," she said. "So are probate attorneys. So are collectors. You think this ends because a deputy writes a report?" Marjorie stood by the front door, phone up. "I'm recording." Helen looked at her. "Good," then she smiled. "Record this. The Mercer family has been hiding stolen archival material for over a century." "Archival material," I said. She pointed the pry bar at the album. "Open it." "No." "Then the house burns around it." Nora pushed herself upright, one hand to her ribs. "The fire is out." Helen looked toward the back of the house. "For now." That was when I smelled smoke again. Not the old hot plastic smell. Fresh, sharper. From the dining room. Ryan noticed too. "Oh, come on." Helen had done something in the parlor, knocked over a lamp, broken something. No, the power was out. Then I saw it. One of Marjorie's battery display candles, the kind she used to stage old mantles, had been smashed open on the floor. Beside it, under the review table, a real flame licked at wadded newspaper from the wedding china. Small, but the parlor was full of paper. "Ryan," Marjorie shouted. He ran for it. No extinguisher left. No water safe near electricity. He grabbed a wool blanket from a chair and beat at the flames. Smoke climbed the wall in a dirty stripe. Helen used the distraction. She came straight for me. I backed up, bad ankle screaming. The album slid against my wet jacket. My heel hit the broken rooster clock and skidded. I slammed into the stair post hard enough to knock the air out of my lungs. Helen grabbed the album. I held on. Her fingers were strong, practical, gloved hands on warped leather. "Do you even know what you're protecting?" she hissed. "No." "Then let go." That should have convinced me. Maybe it would have if she had asked like a human being instead of setting fire to my mother's parlor. I headbutted her, not gracefully, not like movies, more forehead to cheekbone than nose. Pain exploded behind my eyes. She yelped and stumbled back, one hand going to her face. The album stayed with me. For 2 seconds, nobody moved. Then Owen, still on one knee, reached out and swung the maglite into Helen's shin. She went down hard. Nora grabbed the pry bar from her hand and threw it into the dining room. "Zip ties," she shouted. "What?" Marjorie said. "Packing supplies, anything." Marjorie moved, then stopped as smoke thickened in the parlor. Ryan was still beating the blanket down. "Fire S spreading under the table," he yelled. The whole house narrowed to choices. Restrain Helen. Put out the fire. Keep the album. Get Owen out. Stop Caleb from running. Breathe. I saw Caleb standing in the doorway behind us, no longer on the porch. His eyes were fixed on Helen. He looked young enough then that the whole thing became unbearable. She said nobody would get hurt, he said. Helen spat blood onto the runner. Idiot, Caleb flinched. Then he did the first useful thing I had seen him do on purpose. He ran to the keep table, grabbed a roll of painter's tape, and tossed it to Nora. Nora caught it one-handed. Hands, she told Helen. Helen laughed through blood. You're taping me. Yes, she tried to kick. Owen leaned his weight onto her legs and nearly collapsed doing it. Nora got one wrist. I got the other. Helen twisted and scratched, her glove tearing against my knuckles. She was not strong enough to beat all of us, but she was desperate enough to hurt us. Marjorie joined in, doorstop rabbit in one hand, tape in the other. Hold her still, she said, voice shaking. Together badly, we taped Helen's wrists behind her back. Painter's tape is not handcuffs. It is meant to protect trim, not restrain a person. But enough layers make a problem. Nora wrapped it until the roll emptied. Helen stopped fighting. That scared me more than when she had. In the parlor, Ryan shouted, "Need water." "No water near the panel," Nora shouted back. "Different room." "The wiring runs through the walls." Marjorie coughed hard. "Baking soda, kitchen." "Under sink," Ryan ran. Fire had climbed one leg of the review table. I could see it now from the hall, orange teeth chewing at the paper labels. Sell, donate, trash, review. My mother's whole afterlife divided into categories and catching. The album under my arm felt suddenly obscene. Owen saw my face. Even with blood running into his eyebrow, he knew. "Don't," he said. "I have to get the cedar papers." "No, you don't. They were in the chest with it. Eli, they'll burn. Then they burn." I stared at him. His voice cracked. But first, there it was. The lesson he had learned without me. The one I kept failing. Nora coughed and put a hand on my chest, not gently. Move toward the porch. Ryan came back with a box of baking soda and a metal pot. He dumped powder over the table leg, then smothered with the blanket again. The flames shrank, but did not vanish. Smoke lowered, thickening under the ceiling. The fire alarm should have gone off. It didn't. Dead battery, of course. "Out," Marjorie shouted. Everyone out now. Helen, taped, was on her side near the hall. Caleb hovered uselessly. "Help me with her," Nora told him. He stared. "Caleb," she snapped. "You want to make one good decision today. Pick up her feet." He did. Nora and Caleb dragged Helen toward the porch. Helen did not resist. She just looked at me. "You're making it worse," she said. "Probably," I said. We got everyone outside into the rain, which felt almost clean after the smoke. Owen stumbled on the threshold. I caught him under one arm, and pain shot through my ankle so sharply, I nearly dropped him. "Don't drop me," he muttered. "Shut up. That's my line." We made it to the porch steps. Ryan kicked aside broken bits of clock plastic stuck to his boot. Marjorie kept coughing into her sleeve, phone still connected to dispatch now, speaker crackling, with a dispatcher telling us to move away from the structure. But the rain was blowing sideways, the driveway blocked, and the yard between the house and barn had become a slick slope. Blue lights flickered somewhere beyond the fallen maple limb, still not close enough. "Further from the house," Nora said. "The barn?" Ryan asked. "No," Owen and I said together. The barn door remained open in the rain, and now light glowed inside it, not fire. A steady, white beam moving slowly behind the gaps in the boards. Someone else. Helen smiled from where she lay on the porch, wrists taped, cheeks swelling. You should have opened the pages. Caleb backed away from her. Who's in the barn? She didn't answer. Nora turned to me. Eli. The album was still under my arm. The point of all of it sat there, wrapped in torn plastic, dry against my body, while the house smoked behind me and the barn waited ahead. Give them the tied pages, Owen said. I looked at him. His face was gray beneath the blood. He was swaying slightly. Give them something, he said, before someone dies for a book. The words landed because he was not yelling. He sounded done, empty, like he had reached the end of being right and found no comfort there. Nora's eyes stayed on the barn. We can't just hand evidence to whoever is out there. Then we make evidence, I said. My phone has no service, she said, but it has a camera. I unwrapped the album. Rain hit the contractor bag, pattering loudly. I crouched under the shallow porch roof and set the album on the top step. My hands were shaking so badly I had trouble opening it. The leather cover lifted with that soft, damp resistance. Helen tried to sit up. Ryan put one boot near her shoulder. Don't. Careful, Marjorie said absurdly, because she couldn't help herself. I turned pages fast, too fast, past Sela's and Mabel and the farmhouse photograph. There, the tied section, the cotton tape knot, the photograph edge with my name. Nora held her phone flashlight and camera over my shoulder. Record, I said. It is. I took the pry bar. No, gone in the dining room, pocket knife. My hands found it in my jeans. The small folding knife I used for boxes and twine. My mother used to scold me for leaving it on counters. Owen sat on the porch behind me, breathing through his mouth. Eli, he said, I know. I slid the blade under the cotton tape. For 1 second, I could still stop. Then another white light moved in the barn. Someone inside knocked something over. Metal clanged. I cut the tape. The old cotton parted with a small, dry snap. No thunder, no impossible wind, no curse, just damaged fabric failing. The sealed pages relaxed. Inside were not monsters. They were records. Photographs, yes, but also birth certificates, town notices, newspaper clippings, a folded church ledger page, and 3 cabinet cards held behind a sheet of brown tissue. Names written in the same inherited hand. Dates. Notes. I saw my own face, first, because of course I did. A young man standing beside the maple in 1889. Under him, Elias Mercer, not bloodkin, taken in after Conway fire. Returned twice. Returned. My mouth went dry. Nora's camera hovered closer. Behind the first card was another photograph of a boy who looked like Owen, labeled Samuel Pike, indentured to J. Mercer, missing 1891. A woman with Nora's sharp cheekbones, though not Nora, impossible only in the lazy way resemblance is impossible until genealogy explains it. Lottie Vale, domestic, dismissed after inquiry. Vale, Nora whispered. Marjorie made a small sound behind us. The church ledger page was worse than the photographs. A list of children, not family portraits, not ancestors. Children placed, moved, renamed. Some from poorhouses, some orphaned by fires or fever, some listed with payments beside them, and beside several entries, a note, photographed as kin. Photographed as kin. The album was not proof that I had been in the 1800s. It was proof that my family had staged other people as Mercers, kept them, used them, erased them. My resemblance to the man in the photograph was not supernatural. It was uglier. Maybe coincidence. Maybe some hidden branch of blood. Maybe a child taken in, renamed, folded into the family so completely that generations later his face came back through me, while his real life stayed tied shut in a blue room. I sat back hard. Nora kept recording. Owen whispered, "What is it?" I couldn't answer. Helen did. "Property records," she said from behind us. "Guardianships, labor placements. Adoption before adoption had rules. The Mercers took children and wrote themselves into their lives. My great-grandmother was one of them." Marjorie turned on her. "So you hired a boy to break in?" Helen's face twisted. "I asked for what your paperwork wouldn't give me." "My paperwork," Marjorie said. "You think estate people are neutral. Families like this hide everything until someone like you puts it behind glass and calls it heritage." The barn light moved closer to the door. Ryan stepped off the porch. "Who's there?" A man's voice answered, "Helen." Not a threat. Worried. Then he stepped into view with both hands raised, flashlight in one. Older, maybe 60s male, soaked through, wearing glasses fogged by rain. "I'm not armed," he called. "Please don't hurt her." "For God's sake," Nora said. "How many of you are there?" The man was Martin Shaw, 62 male, from Albany, New York, though we only learned that later. In the moment, he was just another stranger on our property, another person pulled toward the album by a history none of us had agreed to carry. He said he was Helen's cousin. He said he had only come to keep her from doing something stupid. He was late. From the road came shouting. "Sheriff's department, fire department, stay where you are." Flashlights bobbed beyond the fallen limb. Responders on foot, finally. Helen heard them and struggled again. "The pages disappear if they take them." "They're recorded," Nora said. "Not enough." "No," I said. Everyone looked at me. I lifted the album page carefully, showing the names to Nora's phone, to Marjorie S., to Ryan S., to the rain and the porch light that wasn't on. "Keep recording, all of you." Marjorie raised her phone. Ryan raised his. Even Caleb, shaking, pulled his out. For a strange, breathless minute, we became an archive by desperation. No scanner. No gloves good enough. No clean table. Just 5 phones held over old paper while smoke leaked from the house and firefighters crossed the blocked drive. Helen stopped struggling. Owen began to cry. He turned his face away like he could hide it from people who had already seen everything. The firefighters reached us first, then 2 deputies. Hands, questions, commands. Step away from the door. Who's injured? Who started the fire? Is anyone inside? Put down the pry bar. Don't touch the panel. Move the album out of the rain. Sit down, sir. Ma'am, keep your hands where I can see them. It became procedure, and procedure felt almost holy. Helen and Martin were separated. Caleb was seated on the wet porch and told not to move. Owen was guided to the tailgate of Ryan's truck, where a firefighter pressed gauze to his head. Nora's scraped arm was cleaned with bottled water from a medical bag. My ankle was examined by a paramedic who asked me to rate my pain while I clutched a 19th century confession to my chest like a life jacket. "What's that?" the deputy asked. "Evidence," Nora said before I could answer. The parlor fire was contained. The electrical panel was declared unsafe. The house was not allowed to be re-entered except by firefighters. The album was placed in a dry plastic storage tote from Ryan's truck after Marjorie lined it with clean packing paper and told everyone, including law enforcement, not to stack anything on top of it. The central conflict ended there, not neatly, but with bodies separated from immediate danger, and the album no longer hidden. Helen sat in the back of a deputy's SUV with her cheeks swelling and her wrists still sticky from tape residue. Before they shut the door, she looked at me through the rain. "You look like him," she said. "I didn't ask which him. I didn't want to know yet." Owen sat beside me under a firefighter's tarp, shivering hard enough that his shoulder knocked mine. For once, neither of us moved away. Nora stood in front of us, soaked, scraped, holding her phone like it might still need to prove the world had happened. Behind her, the farmhouse breathed smoke through its open front door. Not alive, damaged. That was worse in its own way. Because damaged things can be repaired badly, sold quietly, painted over, explained away. Damaged things can survive long enough for everyone to agree not to talk about where the stain came from. I looked at the plastic tote holding the album. The tied pages were open now. Nothing had leapt out. No curse had been released. Only names. Only proof. Only the dead, finally inconveniencing the living. By the time the ambulance took Owen, the rain had eased into a fine mist that made everything look unfinished. Not clean, not washed, just blurred. The firefighters had set up portable lights in the yard, and their glow turned the farmhouse into a stage prop of itself. White clapboards streaked gray, front door open, smoke staining the trim above it. The upstairs blue room window reflecting nothing but rain and movement. Yellow caution tape ran from the porch post to the maple stump, and then across to Ryan's truck, sagging where water collected in the plastic. The fallen limb still blocked the driveway. Someone had cut enough branches to make a path for people, not vehicles. Owen sat on the back bumper of the ambulance with a blanket around his shoulders and a gauze pad taped to his temple. He looked furious about being treated, which was how I knew he was scared. "Concussion check," the paramedic said. "Laceration needs cleaning, maybe stitches." "I don't need an ambulance," Owen said. "You got hit in the head with a pry bar," Nora said. "Grazed." The paramedic gave him a flat look. "Sir." Owen sighed and looked at me as if I had personally betrayed him by allowing medical standards to exist. "You going?" I was sitting on a folding chair someone had dragged from the porch, one shoe off, my ankle wrapped tight in a temporary brace. It had swollen around the bone, not broken, probably sprained badly enough to make every step a negotiation for a while. My forehead throbbed where I'd hit Helen. My knuckles had 2 shallow scratches from her torn glove. "I'll meet you there," I said. "You can't drive. Nora can." Nora Vale, 31, female from Portland, Maine, stood beside me with a bandage on her forearm. and a firefighter's blanket hanging from her shoulders. She had stopped arguing only because exhaustion had pinned her mouth into a thin line. Her voice, when she used it, came out hoarse from smoke and cold air. "I can drive," she said. "After somebody tells us where the album is going." A deputy named Sergeant Wells had already asked us not to call it the album, like it was a cursed object. "Evidence," he said. "Potential evidence. Historical material. Personal property subject to dispute." He was trying to put it into boxes language could carry. It did not fit. Marjorie Klein, 64, female, from Pittsfield, Massachusetts, stood near the hood of her damaged van with her hair flattened by rain and her pearl earring missing from one ear. She had refused treatment twice, accepted bottled water once, and corrected the deputy when he tried to put the album tote directly on wet gravel. "Clean surface," she said, coughing between words. "And no heat. Don't leave it in a cruiser with the heater blasting." Sergeant Wells blinked at her. "She's right," I said. Marjorie pointed at me without looking. "He's right." That was how the album left the house. Not dramatically, not secretly, but in a clear plastic storage tote lined with packing paper, carried by a firefighter wearing nitrile gloves, while Marjorie hovered at his shoulder like a very polite hawk. Nora had already airdropped her video to me, to Owen, to Marjorie, and to Ryan. Ryan, who had been quiet since the fire went out, uploaded his copy to cloud storage from the road as soon as his phone caught service. Caleb gave his phone to Sergeant Wells after Nora told him that was smarter than trying to delete anything. Helen Shaw sat in the back of a cruiser with her swollen cheek turned toward the window. She had stopped talking. Martin Shaw sat in another cruiser, not cuffed at first, then cuffed after a deputy found bolt cutters and a battery lantern in his pack near the barn. He kept saying he hadn't meant to go inside. Maybe that was true. Maybe not. I had already learned that people could tell the truth and still not be innocent. Caleb Rusk, 18, male, from North Adams, Massachusetts, looked smaller under the porch light once the adrenaline leaked out of him. His nose had stopped bleeding. His hands shook when he signed his statement. He admitted Helen had paid him to find the album, that she had given him the printout with the blue room circled, that she told him the family would be away because the estate sale woman would have cleared the schedule. At that, Marjorie went still. "I never cleared any schedule with her," she said. Sergeant Wells asked, "Do you know Miss Shaw?" Marjorie's face closed carefully. "No, but she called last week asking about 19th century photo albums in the Mercer estate." I looked at her. "You didn't mention that." She met my eyes. She was one of 12 people who called after the sale listing went up. Half of them asked about coins. One asked if your mother kept antique firearms. Another wanted quilts. People are strange around estates. "Did you tell her about the album?" "No," her voice sharpened. "I didn't know it existed." Owen, being loaded into the ambulance, said, "Can we all agree not to sell things for a few days?" Nobody laughed. That was the first piece of ordinary life returning. Paperwork, clipboards, statements, medical forms, insurance questions. The fire department marking the mudroom unsafe. A deputy photographing the broken parlor table, the smashed battery candle, the pry bar, the painter's tape around Helen's wrists, the muddy footprints upstairs. My mother's wedding china lay shattered under the review sign, white pieces mixed with wet newspaper and extinguisher powder. I saw one plate with only the gold rim intact, a perfect arc in the mess. I wanted to pick it up. Nora saw my hand move and touched my shoulder. Not now. I let it stay broken. At the hospital in Greenfield, everything became brighter and smaller. Fluorescent lights, vending machine hum, wet shoes squeaking on tile. Owen got 4 stitches near his hairline and a lecture about concussion symptoms. Nora had her scrape cleaned properly and hissed through her teeth, but did not pull away. I got X-rays, an elastic brace, and instructions to stay off the ankle for at least several days, which everyone knew I would obey badly. Owen and I sat side by side in the waiting area after midnight, both of us with discharge papers folded in our hands. For a while, we watched a muted cooking show on the wall-mounted TV. Then he said, "I should have told you about what Mom said." I looked at him. His eyes stayed on the TV, where a woman was sprinkling herbs over something neither of us could identify. "I should have come home more," I said. He nodded once. Not forgiveness, not accusation, just acknowledgement. "I was angry," he said. "I know. I'm still angry. I know." He rubbed his thumb over the edge of the discharge papers until they curled. "But when she got bad, she asked for you. That one hurt cleanly. I thought you said she was out of it. She was, mostly, but she knew your name." He swallowed. "She kept saying, 'Elias will know what to do with pictures.' I thought she meant the family albums, the normal ones. I could hear her saying it, not clearly. The mind does that after death, manufactures audio from need." My mother's voice had already become half memory and half invention. "I deleted a voicemail," I said. Owen turned his head. "The one where she said not to go in the blue room alone." "Why?" "Because I couldn't stand hearing her breathe like that." He looked away again. "Yeah." There was nothing else to say that would not make it smaller. 2 days later, the farmhouse was locked behind a fire department notice and an insurance company warning taped to the front door. The estate sale was canceled indefinitely. Marjorie refunded deposits, argued with 3 angry buyers on the phone, and told one man looking for authentic primitive photographs that he could remove her number from his list before she removed it for him. Helen was charged with breaking and entering, assault, reckless burning, and hiring Caleb to commit theft. Martin was charged with trespass and possession of burglary tools, though his lawyer would probably have things to say about intent. Caleb, because he was 18, and because Nora had given a statement about his helping restrain Helen and pull me back from the mudroom, was treated less harshly than he might have been. That did not make him innocent. It did mean his life was not immediately crushed flat by $200, and a woman who knew how to use other people's desperation. The album did not go back to us. Not right away. Sergeant Wells arranged for it to be held temporarily as evidence, then transferred under court order to a regional archival lab in Amherst for stabilization and cataloging. Marjorie connected us with a conservator she trusted. Helen's lawyer filed a claim on behalf of the Shaw family. 2 local historians got involved. Then a genealogist. Then then a reporter from Springfield, though Nora and Owen and I refused to talk on record. The videos had already done enough. Once several copies existed, hiding the pages became impossible. That was Nora's gift to the dead and her punishment for the living. The phrase, photographed as kin, started appearing in emails, then in one careful article that used words like guardianship irregularities, informal indenture, and archival suppression. None of those words were wrong. None were sharp enough. Samuel Pike was real. A poorhouse record in Franklin County listed him as missing in 1891 after placement with a farm family in Ashfield. Lottie Vale was real too. Nora found her in a scanned church register from 1887, then in nothing afterward. That absence changed Nora, not loudly. She just went quiet at odd times, especially when washing dishes. Her hands paused under running water as if she had forgotten what they were for. Could be no relation, she said once. Could be, I said. Neither of us believed that was the point. As for Elias Mercer, the boy in the photograph, he remained harder to place. The Conway fire had killed 6 people and displaced several families in 1879. A child named Elias appeared once in a relief committee note, no surname listed, age estimated at 9. 4 years later, a teenage boy labeled Elias Mercer appeared in my family album beside the maple. Not blood kin. Returned twice. After 1890, he vanished from the written record. Except maybe he didn't. My great-grandfather's birth certificate had always been strange. Delayed filing. Father's name corrected. Mother's maiden name squeezed in with different ink. I had restored enough old documents to know when paperwork had been made to behave. Owen didn't want a DNA test. I don't need spit in a tube to tell me the family lied, he said. I ordered one anyway, then left it unopened on my desk for 3 weeks. Nora never told me to take it or throw it away. That was her new kindness. She let some sealed things remain sealed until I could stop calling opening them courage. A month after the fire, we were allowed back into the farmhouse for supervised retrieval. The mudroom ceiling had been torn open. The parlor smelled of smoke and baking soda. The blue room was colder than the rest of the house, not mysteriously, just because the window frame had warped and rain had found its way in. The cedar chest sat open, empty now except for cedar shavings and a dead moth. I stood there with a cane I hated and listened to Owen moving downstairs with the insurance adjuster. Nora stayed in the doorway. "You okay?" "No," I said, "but not in an emergency way." "That's new." I smiled a little. On the floor near the wall, half hidden under a strip of peeled wallpaper, I found a small square of card. I almost called out. Instead, I crouched slowly, angry at my ankle, and picked it up by the edges. A photograph corner, not a whole image, just the lower left piece of one torn away long ago. Sepia card, muddy boots, the base of the young maple. On the back, in pencil, 3 letters remained. Eli, not Elias, Eli, the modern shortening. I stared until the letters blurred. Then Nora said, "What is it?" I turned it over in my fingers. The pencil marks were faint. Could have been part of another word. Eliza, Elliot, Elizabeth, a photographer's note. A later label torn down to almost nothing. a coincidence shaped exactly like a hand on my shoulder. I wanted to show her. Instead, I slipped it into an evidence envelope Marjorie had given me and said, "A fragment." That was true. Not complete, but true. We left the blue room after that. The house sold the next spring for less than asking to a couple from Boston who said they loved old beams and homes with stories. Owen and I did not tell them the half of it. The official disclosures covered smoke damage, electrical repair, water intrusion, and police reports. They did not cover the way a room can hold a family's refusal for 100 years and release it only when the roof starts to fail. Nora and I stayed together, though not easily. Some nights, she still woke when rain hit the windows hard. Some mornings, I found her watching me over coffee with an expression I couldn't read. "You look like him," Helen had said. I did. That did not mean I was him. It did not mean anything impossible had happened. It meant history had a way of using faces as masks. And sometimes you inherited the mask before you inherited the story. The album now lives in a climate-controlled room in Amherst, cataloged under a neutral title that sounds too clean. Mercer Family Photograph Album and associated placement records, circa 1870-1895. Families have begun filing requests for copies. Some will find answers. Some will find only names written by people who thought naming a theft made it lawful. I visit sometimes, not often. The conservator lets me view digitized pages on a monitor. No bare hands, no dramatic revelations, just pixels, metadata, careful light. The young man beside the maple still looks like me. I used to stare at his face, trying to force recognition out of it. Now, I look at his raised hand. He was not waving. I'm almost sure of that. His palm was angled toward the camera, fingers spread, body turned halfway away. Not greeting, refusal. Every time I see it, I imagine him saying, "Not yet," or "Don't," or "Remember this correctly." Then the monitor goes dark, and my own reflection appears over his, lined up badly, but close enough. Close enough to make me sit very still. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.